Good morning, everybody. We'll get started here in just a moment, trying to get some things set up. And then I'm sure Al and Deb will join us here shortly to help along as well. Definitely leave your what you're doing in the chat box. If you can hear me, see my screen, and what do you hope to get out of today? That would be helpful to us. We'll get back here in about a minute. All right, everybody, let's go ahead and get started. Try to kind of jump early before Al and Deb take over. It's kind of like being a weather forecaster. I'm going to give you the weather of the market, and there's a chance I'm going to be wrong. I can't make any predictions about what's going to happen today. Very, very busy day, but let me just say welcome to the Trade Masters Hawkeye session. We do this usually Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursday, and welcome to July 1st. Hard to imagine it's July 1st, but it is July 1st. And again, anything we do in the room is for educational purposes only. May be showing some trades. We may not be showing trades. And if we happen to take a trade, it's definitely not any sort of advice on what you should do. We're just showing you what we are going to be doing, and you can make your own decision because you're responsible to do so. So let me go ahead and close this out. And I'm going to imagine that very, very shortly, the leader of the room will come into play. So I'm going to come over here, clean up this part here so I can see what I'm doing. And my YouTubers, you're just a little bit behind, not too far behind. So again, goal for today is very, very simple. We're not going to, can I find a trade? That's easy to do. We want to be asking a better question. Has the market given me permission to do that trade? We need to make sure we understand the market weather, understand the structure of what we're looking at, and clean trigger. Remember, 95% of traders in day trading lose money, so we have to be better than that. So if one of those things is missing, passing, it is not showing weakness at all, we have a very, very messy, messy day. Okay, so on the screen, we're going to be looking at our economic calendar, following our normal routine. And then we're going to go through some other things today that's going to help you guys out. Just briefly, let me pop over to yesterday to kind of give you guys an idea of what happened yesterday. You can see that we had news through the evening. We had some Aussie numbers come down. Um, The yen had some news last night as well that turned out better. Our JOLTS job yesterday morning we talked about came out better, but then our consumer confidence really declined a whole lot more than they had anticipated. So that caused that dollar to start freaking out a little bit if you paid attention at all yesterday, because the overall pressure on the dollar has been up. We'll show that here in a moment. So again, before we look at trades, I want to frame today correctly. Just because we showed up to trade today does not mean the market owes us a trade. And I think that's where we get caught when we get into a session. We feel like we have to find something. So we end up chasing a certain currency just because it may have the numbers. And we start trying to think our way through a trade, trying to force, well, we'll do this, we'll do this. We don't have to get a trade today. And if we have to walk away with no trade, then we walk away with no trade. Our job is to actually read what is actually in front of us and not make any sort of prediction. So today, I just want the lesson to be a little bit different. I want us thinking in terms of permission to trade. We need to have permission from from three places actually: the news environment that we're going to go over, the market weather that we're going to have as well. And then we want to make sure that the chart structure is up and running and proper. But don't forget, we have to put all that in alignment with our trade plan. So when those three things agreed, plus our trade plan, then we have permission to be more aggressive with some discipline. And so when they don't agree, we just have to slow down and not trade. We don't want to get into trades today just because we got to feel like we got to do something. So the question this morning is not where can I click, because we know we can. Better question will be, where has the market earned our attention? And right now there's not a whole lot. So we've got plenty of time to jump into that. So looking at our economic calendar, quick calendar check first. Yesterday gave us that mixed information we just went over. We had some US data that leaned stronger, especially the JOLTS job open kind of leaned there, but consumer confidence came down weaker, as we mentioned. And that just meant the market still has reasons to respect the dollar strength, but it also has reasons to hesitate. Isn't that a great place to be? So today does matter. We have a ton on our plate. We have ADP employment before the open. We'll make sure, there we go, right here, right before the open, the ADP employment happens then. Several bank speakers are going to be talking anytime anybody opens their mouth today. It seems like it changes everything. We have ICM manufacturing, ICM prices at 9 Central. We even have crude inventories after that. So this is not a sleepy calendar at all. This is a day where a clean setup before news can turn into a very messy situation after the news. So we need to be very careful jumping in any sort of trade. I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer today, but it does not look promising unless everything lines up. So also remember the bigger backdrop. Oil has backed off hard. We'll look at that here in a moment. It tells us some of the panic premium that had come in from the market, but geopolitical pressure risk has still not disappeared. It's backed off, but that risk is still there. The Middle East and Hormuz headlines still are going to matter to us. And the yen, strangely, remains very weak still, which makes the US yen very attractive visually, but also creates intervention risk. So we need to be awake and not emotional today. Simple takeaway from the calendar today is a tradable but not a casual day. Lots of people speaking. So we need to just be careful with that. So let's look at our radar for today. Our radar screen, again, when we jump into our radar screen, the first thing you should be doing is not looking at the structure of the candles. You should be looking to see what Hercules is doing. Let me get this out of the way. That needs to be up there. For some reason, my Sherlock went down on the euro yen. I'll fix that later. Making sure. So we've got a 4, a 1, a 2, a 4, a 2, a 3, and a 1. So there is nothing that even qualifies. Now you're noticing right here we have a trade on the euro pound. That is still our swing trade that's going absolutely nowhere. So with that being said, let's go ahead and look at our radar. First thing I noticed when I jumped in here, we do have some movement, but not everything is clean at all. Some of the pairs are just sitting near floors or ceilings. Some are stretched out, like the US yen. Let me pull that. It doesn't look stretched out right now, but you can see yesterday just caused us some real havoc. The dollar pairs are getting the most attention, obviously, because the dollar, the Dixie, has been pretty firm. U.S. yen and U.S. CAD are obvious ones to be monitoring because those are dealing directly with the U.S. dollar and oil. But obvious does not mean it's automatic. So US yen is strong, but it is extremely extended. So be very, very careful with that. And we'll dive into that. The US CAD has a dollar side story as well, but it's running into the resistance that we anticipated, and it's still sitting sideways. We had a buy opportunity overnight here, but it's just not going anywhere, which is a key thing that we need to be paying attention to. We'll look at the pound yen. It has some strength on the lower time frames, but it's still pushing into major ceiling areas that we saw higher time frame ceiling areas. We got that major ceiling right here, sitting right there for one. That is our Tide Fusion. Remember, my Tide Fusion set for a swing trading settings, 4 hour chart. Al, when he brings up his screen, he has an older version of Tide Fusion where he's changed some of the numbers, so he's able to adapt it a little bit more with a little bit more ability than I do on my screen. But he'll jump in here in a moment. He is now in the room, so we'll let him talk about the Tide Fusion, his settings, and things like that. Let's quickly go over to our dollar and blow that up to the day because this is the big picture look. We're looking at weather right now. And you think you don't need to know much about this if you're day trading, but you really kind of do. If you notice, we put our little happy face in here. It didn't quite come all the way down to our happy face, but we are just bouncing exactly where the Sherlock zone's at. The green line, the dash green line there is the key spot. So when we look at this, the Dixie is what they call it, DXY. This is our main weather station. This is the captain of the ship right now. Now that can change, but it is the captain of the ship. And when we do the magical thing of trading and we squish and squash, we can see the headwind that's coming. If you're going on a ship and you know this, or a plane, and you know this is your turbulence, we've got room and we can plan and prepare before we get there. So it's not that we don't have room. The only problem I'm seeing with this right now is we haven't been able to break this major ceiling on the monthly. We did break the weekly. I think the overall push is still up. But again, we're in a very, very strange geopolitical position. If you were to draw a line where we're at major ceiling, that's going to be this one. So we have this wick over here. And depending on how you draw your Sherlock, this wick right here, if we drew our Sherlock, let me go over and see if I can show you how to do this. Right now it's normal. If I draw a wick to wick, look how big this gets. And it explains why we have the headwind that we have. Now, you have to understand wick to wick. It's that candle basing there. And this is going to be a headache. So yes, the pressure is up with the Dixie, but the big pressure doesn't give us any clear direction as to where it is going to head. I don't like doing that. I could also get very, very conservative with it and make it wick only, makes it very, very small. So I like keeping it on normal. It just makes things a whole lot easier. But as you can see, the Dixie is holding the structure, but it's not just a straight line breakout this morning. It's been pulling back, going back to the 4 hour. You can see that. You can see how we're back into that. It pulled back, and now it's kind of, you notice even our Tide Fusion is pointing downward. So it doesn't mean we're done with this downward movement. We are in that July 1st time now, as well, with bank holidays and lots of news. So we don't want to be long dollar pairs while the dollar weather station is breaking down, because that's what it seems like it wants to do, is kind of, we can't make predictions, but we can forecast the weather a little bit with all the news and holidays and things going on. I'm not so sure we're going to have enough volume to really push this thing. So the Dixie does give us permission to watch the dollar strength, but it doesn't give us a chase time. So we don't want to chase it. Let's jump into 1 hour real quick, and you can see again, nothing really clear. And again, we don't trade the dollar, but it is our weather forecast. What I do like about it in the short term is we are still focusing upward, but we did we did establish a resistance area here, which is based on all of these here. So we've got a little bit of a headwind to work with today that we're going to be pushing against. I still think we're going to win. The forecast is rain, put it that way. Let's go into gold. Let's go back to the dollar because I don't want to skew your thinking on gold. Again, gold is a barometer, kind of like our captain of our ship is the Dixie. Gold It kind of gives us some other things to consider. The pressure. Gold is still weak, obviously, on the daily, and you can see it weakness on the 4 hour as well. We just created another resistance area that we're coming into now. Um, so we got downward pressure. Price is sitting near support, though. We are kind of in that support area. Nothing big, but it's further down here. But we do have support. And you can see it's right here. Whether we've identified it in Sherlock or not, our eyes can tell you we're sitting near support. So when we look at it on the 4 hour chart, we want to just give it a little bit of weight. That tells us there's no real strong safety bid here right now. And basically, in plain English, where gold is not acting like money, is aggressively hiding from risk. So we're still kind of on a risk-on situation where people are willing to take the risk. But this is important. Weak into support is not the same thing as a clean downside. So we do have this little issue. I think we're going to come back up here and then continue the dollar story. So for our weather read, gold supports the idea that the dollar still has the pressure on it and supports caution on risk. So gold is also a place where it can bounce, though. So be very, very careful, like we bounced over the last couple of hours, even. And we've been bouncing back and forth, back and forth. So, message from gold basically for the weather is it's still dollar favorable. Again, dollar favorable, but do not get lazy here. It can fight back. So we want to be very, very careful with fighting back. I'm gonna go over to our dollar daily chart once again. And let's go over to the oil. Isn't that fun? Now you'll notice oil is sitting around $73. It hasn't really moved from price, but gas prices at the pumps have gone up, strangely enough. And this is what our president here in the United States has been talking about. He has his administration looking for people who are price gouging at this point, taking advantage of what we got used to paying. And so you're hearing about that a lot. So when we talk about Brent oil, uh, probably the most important teaching chart today because it reminds us the headlines and price are not always the same thing. Headlines are saying we've got some political risk happening here, but price is kind of falling hard, to be honest. We're kind of getting back to this little lull that we're right where we've been. Where was that? So that would have been in 2024. Back in 2023, this area right here kind of went down, 2023 area. We know who was president back here. Can't say that a lot. But we can see we're kind of getting back to where the Trump administration's always been. So yeah, we've had some spike, but what the problem is we're not seeing the benefit at the pump, which is really strange considering it's not, it just tells you our governments, our locals and our governments are allowing extra taxation on that to capture income while they think they can. So for our trading, again, Brent oil can definitely influence the CAD. It influences the overall risk tone. If oil keeps sliding, then we can anticipate the CAD, US CAD will continue to rise up. So let's go back to our on-screen radar. I'm going to change this back to our US yen and let's quickly look at, now we've got a nice 5 on the daily, but let's jump back to the 15 where our numbers are. Now, again, my numbers are set to fast. Al's numbers are set to fastest. All depends on what your risk tolerance is on speed. I like a little bit more stability. He likes a little bit more immediate clarity. Completely up to you. And we look at our radar. We are at 2, 1, 3. We do have a 4 on the Euro US, and we're at a high point pullback. We'd have to measure that one out. Al, that's one you can look at. 2, 1, 1, and 1 on the major eights that we're looking at. Now, Al, are you ready to roll? Remember, if you are, just remember our permission slip to trade. We need to know the weather, the location, what's our trigger, correlations, and be patient with it and follow the Hawkeye trade plan. The only thing we're missing on that trade plan, as I mentioned in our leadership, is we don't have a good exit plan for news. Now, I do see a sell on the euro yen, but it's only a 3 for me. That would have been a good pullback to where we drew the line. It came right to where we drew the line back here on the demand and falling apart. I think we're going to move further down on this one too. But hey, I'm not in charge of trading today. I'm waiting for Al to jump in.
Oh, you really want me to do this, huh?
Are you tired today?
I'm still, I'm feeling pretty good. Actually, when you come back from the Europe to the US to the East Coast time, you actually start waking up a little bit earlier. So
Oh, nice.
that's actually been pretty good. So
Yeah, I mean, I just covered your morning launch for you. You can take it for the trade, but I have not talked to the people about any sort of fair gap. There is nothing to trade today really yet. Euro US is sitting on a four.
well, the best thing I'm looking at right now is just looking through it, and basically what I'm doing, I'm
You want to
going to
share your
turn.
screen?
Oh, yeah, I can do
Yeah,
that.
let's just share since you can take over because the weather is done. Now we're going into the sports program.
Okay, let me see if I get there. I'm still trying to re-engage my head into thinking what I've been doing all along. So, first thing what I like to do is I like to share the show the Hercules and see what. Usually, when I do my first scan, I usually go and look and see what Hercules see what's strongest, what's the weakest, and I could see at least three. Like the Aussie British pound right now is Aussie strong on the 30 minutes, strong on the 15, strong on the 5. So I'm gonna be trading to the. I'm looking at a direction with a nice 7 mark on the Hercules with the Aussie. British pound is 0. So right now I'm seeing the Aussie strong to the British pound, Aussie to the British pound, Aussie to the British pound. So that caught my eye that we got a nice 7-0 spread on those 3 time frames. So I'm just going to go and take a look at the Aussie British pound. And I also say, okay, the spread's real good. So that's the first thing. If I have the spread with the Hercules, I it immediately brings my eye to it. And the first thing I want to do is I usually mark these little 5 and a 1. And this is just for a reference so that I can see where my Hercules strength and bottom is. I want to see the strong being at the line or above, or the weak being at the line or below. And that's my first clue that this might be a good possible trade. As I go to the my tide settings, and with this one, we can go over that a little bit later on. But right now, I'm looking at the ribbon. I see where we now have a close on the 15-minute chart. I have a close below the tide bubbles or dots. I have a red ribbon, and so this candle right now is it's a marginal candle, but this one is confirming. So right now, if I draw a vertical line to the to this candle right there, you can see we had the close above the 5. We had the now this right now this close is not below the 1, so I have to wait for the next candle. Next candle comes over. This candle is now closed. This is locked. We have close above. We have close below. This is now a tradable trade to me, or at least the potential. I like seeing that there's a fair value gap. Now, for those of you who are a little confused about what that means, we have a wick. This is candle 1, candle 2, candle 3. So candle 1, you draw the where the wick is. This is candle 2. This is where, and then it retraced back to on candle 3, so the high. So here's my fair value gap. So I have a gap, I have a close. So this is starting to qualify as a nice little trade, but now we have to figure out where you want to get. So this would be an entry. Now, a lot of times I'll get the alert on my login for the British US, British Aussie. It didn't give me alerts. So there's something else with the side that was not happy about this trade. But as I look at this looks like a pretty good entry to me, and I would be looking at maybe taking this trade. Um, and so we're going to mark that. This is where the Tide 15-minute short gave me a signal. And so I'm going to be looking to see, is there enough room? Do I have a Sherlock zone? So Sherlock zone is right down here. So it's coming into a demand zone. And it's on a 15 minutes. So I'm going to take a look and see where that is on a 1 hour chart. And right now there's nothing below on the 1 hour. Here's a nice little bullish fair value gap. Strong extended range candle. There's the wick, candle 1. Here's the body, candle 2. Here's the wick, bottom wick of candle 3. Here's my gap. So here's the wick, candle, and so right now I have a bullish 15-minute fair value gap. So 15-minute long. So right there, that's a long. So right now I know that, do I have enough room here to possibly take the trade? Anything after, now this was the open of this candle. At the open of the candle, it looks like we right now this whole area right here is a valid point of where I want to go. Now here's the gap. So what I would be looking at doing is, this is the prime area where we would be looking at a short, 15-minute short gap. And so now the question is, where do we want to try and get in? This thing's right now, if I just jumped into this, would be a market order candle. But if I want to go short, if I went short right here, where's my stop going to be? I have this set preset for a 14 pip stop, 17 pip target. If I go with a 10 pip target right here, would be 10 bit. So I can get 10 pips before I get to this gap. More than likely, if this gap holds, it's going to maybe come down, retest the gap, maybe the midway, and that would still give me 21 pips. So that's still, this is still a potential tradable trade. Now the question is, where do I want to get in? Now yesterday we took a trade where we jumped in, we got at market order, but it did pull all the way back to this area. So what I would be looking at doing is I want to keep my stop above the gap and anywhere between um, this would be the ideal. If I get this thing to pull back here, it's be a nice little trade. Now the question is, do we want to wait that long, or are we going to miss the trade completely? At this point, with this environment, I'm just going to wait. And you can see right now the on this candle, this live candle, the British pound is not quite, it's a 3, it's not a 1. So right now we really don't have the spread right now. We had the spread, the close of the spread was let's see, this was the candle. Yeah, the British pound got a little bit stronger since this candle opened. So I'm just going to wait on this one, but I could set the trade. We could just do a limit buy order on this right here at where the entry is. Now I can maybe skew this a little bit if I want to. There's a nice little wick right here that got broken. But right now I'm just going to put it right here. I'm going to set the trade. If it comes back to it, great. If it does, right now, if you see where I've got this is my 10 pip target. You can see this thing's already gone 10 pips. Had I gotten in right here, I'd already be make my first target. So I'm going to expect this thing to maybe pull back a little bit, get a little bit better entry. And so I'm going to set the trade. So let me move this out of the way. And when I set the trade, I'm just going to see, I'm going to go with a right click, sell limit. So I'm going to sell limit right at that spot. And now we're going to set and see if we can figure out how much we're going to risk on this thing. So if I have a sell limit at 192, 1.921, okay, that's the entry price. I want to risk 1%. I want to take my profit in pips of 17.5. I'm going to stop it at 14 pips. And I'm going to sell. So there's my trade set. Now you can see that this would be my target, this would be my stop. If it comes back to there, I'm going to be in the trade. I also going to be watching my Hercules to see to make sure that it still keeps the spread that I want. Now for the second, so right now I'm looking at 82,453 units on this. So I'm going to go to my calculator and I'm going to go with clear this out, clear the memory, and I'm going to go with 82,453. And I'm just going to kind of round these things up. So at 82,453, and multiply that times 25% because that's where my first, yeah, so that'd be roughly 20,613 units. I'm just going to make it 20,600 units. I'm going to make this for target 1. Move that down to, that's my 7 pip target. And we're going to make this target 1 of, I said it was 20,600. And I'm going to confirm that. And now I'm going to look for so I go subtract that 20,600 from the total of 82,453. So my second unit change that, bring this up. So 20,000, I'm just going to make this 20,600. I'm going to put that into my memory. And I'm going to clear this. Come over here, 82,000, 453. So 82, 453 minus my memory recall. So the second position, let's see, is that right? That's not right. 82, 453 minus 20,600. 61,000. So my target position here is going to be 61,853. So I'll make this, modify this to change this one to do that. Discard. Target 2. Modify. Here's target 2. The units. And I said that was 61,853. 61,853. And confirm that. So now my trade's set. So basically, if I get in up here, my stop is up here. My first target, where'd it go? 61,453. So I'm gonna take profit of 17.5 pips. And then we have this one at, we said then it was 20,600. Now my trade is set. My stop is going to be the same on both of these, all the way up here. My target, first target here, that's 25% of my original position. And then this is going to be the other 75%. And now we're just waiting, but I don't want to jump in with, especially when we've got 10 pip. If we're already at our first target before we jump in, it just tells me more likely to have to go back the other way. This is the ultimate target. We have lots of room to this fair value gap, this bullish gap right here. Hercules is sort of playing around with us. They had the Aussie's still strong. The British pound is still showing weakness, but we haven't quite gotten to our spread yet. Ideally, what I'd like to see is when this thing pulls back, the British pound is going to get a little stronger on this pullback, but we'll see if the Aussie can stay strong and if the what the Hercules takes a look at.
Yeah, everything's chasing today.
Yeah,
there's nothing that's clear.
So, but this is what I consider to be the best shot that we have for right now. If you want to be looking at some trades, looking at my Hercules, Aussie strong, British weak. Aussie strong, British is weak. Aussie strong, British is weak. Aussie strong, British is up here, but it is pointing in the down. So it does have some downward pressure. So I'm okay setting this trade, and if it pulls back, like I said, we had the crossover on it's 1 hour. That's why I changed. I got to do that. So this is my ideal candle, right? This is the candle where the pound did not close. This one, this candle closed, and we have the spread right here. We have the 7 and a 0. So that sets the trade. And now, but I'm going to use this upper candle. Now we do have a gap right here. This is forming a gap. Now, if it pulls back to what I will do is I will draw a gap. If I don't want to wait for it to get all the way up here where what I call my ideal candle is, here's the gap right here. This is a bearish 15-minute gap. Really short. And if it pulls back to the middle of this box, this would be a possible entry right in this area here. Because a lot of times what you'll see these things will pull back to the middle of the gap area. It'll wick up, but it won't close. If this thing will wicks up into this middle right here, where these little dots are, this is halfway into that gap. If it wicks up and does not close in there, I will do a market order at that point to go short. So that would be a second possibility for us. And now we just wait. We have a nice spread here. And I did change these. Brian was saying, I had mine on Hercules onto fastest. I do like the faster better. It is a little bit, it's not quite as volatile. And we do have some Sherlock zones right in here, but I like this 15-minute gap area a little bit. I think this thing's going to get penetrated. If it gets a strong move down, this thing's going to get penetrated and then maybe test the middle of this gap here. You can see how this little wick right here came down, broke the middle of the gap, and then retraced back. And see now this is candle one right here. This was drawn on the 1 hour chart. That's what happened there. But here's your gap. Here's your 15-minute gap right there. This is a good potential target. And you see little gaps right here, but there's not, these are so close that I would, this is a controlling candle right here. But we have lots of room to the downside on this if we get into the trade. So if it pulls back into here, I will get in. In fact, what I will do, since this is a nice strong candle, I'm going to move my entry, my sell limit down to here. If it comes up into that gap area, I will take that trade. And so that moves everything down a little bit. I lose my stops. My stops are still above the bearish gap. And then my target is going to be, my 10 pip target's there. And my 17.5 pip target is down here. And I'm doing that because I have a gap and I'm looking for it to come back up and retest the middle of this extended range candle. Any question about what I just did?
No.
This is candle one. This is the wick of candle one. This is candle two. It came all the way down. The candle came all the way down to here. So this is like the midway from this. This is the midpoint of this candle. But as this thing is candle three, which is this one right now, as it comes up, it's closing that gap some.
I don't know if you just noticed the Euro US created a new pivot high. Interesting. I've never seen one populate on the screen immediately. It just all of a sudden on the 15-minute chart, it popped up a yellow, one of your big yellow boxes that you have. That's fun.
On the 15 minutes.
Yeah, on the 15 minute, I just happened to be, I'm on the radar screen. So all of a sudden I had this big yellow box come up on the Euro US new pivot high.
Yeah. Now you see, it's just real quick. You see, right now we have the British pound's weak below the 1. The Aussie is strong above the 5. We're coming right up into the middle of. Basically, this is the extended range candle. This gap was closed on this candle right here, and now it's coming up to retest where my entry is. You still have a good spread. This candle closed with a good spread. A little bit of consolidation. Now, if I really like this trade and it doesn't trigger, if it doesn't trigger that, which I think it looks like it's got enough momentum to trigger it, but if it doesn't, I can always do a sell stop at this point because we still have the room. If we did a sell stop down here at the bottom, there we go. I just got into the trade, so now I'm in this trade. I'll tighten this up a little bit. And I'll mark this over here where I like to see where 9 o'clock is. I'm going to. Oftentimes you'll get a nice little pullback between 8:30 and 9 o'clock before the U.S. market opens up. We still have lots of room. We got into the trade. There's our, should have our 10 pip stop up here. Yeah, there's our 10 pip stop, or 14 pip stop rather. 14 pip stop. 17.5 pip target. And I'm going to move this to 10 pips and make sure I got my first profit 25% off. And now I'm going to move this to 7. So if this thing gets filled, then I can just move my stop down to this line right here. That'll give me my seven, locking my 7 pips for the other 75%. And we wait and we just watch and see what this thing does. We do
Yeah.
have another gap right up here. Remember, this was my ideal candle on this one right here. This is the tide.
I may try to play golf today, Al.
They're supposed to get up in high
98,
90s to
but
100 today.
yeah, we're gonna be 98. It's gonna feel like 104, but I gotta get up and do some more, some exercising.
I said we did a lot of hiking around, walking around the mountains, and it was really beautiful scenery. But boy, we sure did put some steps in.
That's a good thing, right?
Yeah, we did. You can see now why I was a little bit hesitant when this thing came back down to 10 pips from the ideal, my what I call my ideal candle. Now the candle right on this one. Should you see this little wick right here? You can see where it started to consolidate. This was the reason why I like this candle right here is because I had the spread and they closed. And then by the time we saw this thing moving on down, I thought, well, there's my 10 pip. This is what happened yesterday. We got in right about at the 9 pip extension of this extended range candle, and then it came right back up, and it did wake up. And then by the time it came back down to get to break even, we would have been out of a trade had a dollar cost averaged up to way up here. This way, I'm just waiting. I just waited till we got up to the middle part. Now, if it gets up to this gap and everything's still looking strong for the British pound to go short and the Aussie long, I may take a second position on this in dollar cost averages. We do have a Sherlock zone up here. We have a Sherlock zone down here. We have a gap right here. And again, this is the midpoint of that 15-minute gap. So we have a bearish gap and we have a bullish 15-minute gap. So this is the range right now where I see this thing playing into. And we'll just have to see how it goes. And so we're coming up on 7:30, so it's still pretty early still. We haven't really quite got that full, it's a little bit early for that 8:30 to 9 o'clock reversal. So I think this thing still has some room to the downside. And the Aussie's still staying real strong. And this is the British Aussie. Let's see. It's while I've been going, Ryan has been doing a lot of this market analysis, so he's going to have to bring me up to speed a little bit on how he
Yeah.
does this. Because when he goes back to school, I'm going to be looking for a ball in high grass until we
Nah,
get
you'll
to
be
the.
fine. It's not that hard.
Yeah, that's what he always says. That's what he
It's
always tells
not.
me.
You know how to read charts.
Now, let's see. Let me think. What am I looking for here? Oh, thank you. Looking for my other screen here.
It's all about reading charts.
Let's see. British. Oh, get that on the page here. You all done with your little thing that you're doing the last couple of days?
Yeah, I'm done. Civic Academy. All done. Wonderful thing. It's amazing, really, that uh, the amount of clarity that Texas is trying to bring to social studies. They're really trying to push back on this non-historical agenda that's happening because they don't say it in their stuff, but again, I don't know who's Democrat and who's Republican, but the Democrats have been claiming that if certain things happening, we're losing our democracy. Well, what's happening is we're not losing our democracy. We're actually losing our republic in protection of a democracy. A republic is a representative government by the people. A democracy means you just have a vote. So when they say a democratic socialist, you get to vote for who's going to be in charge of you, but you have no authority. They can do whatever they want.
Yep.
So socialism, in essence, leads to communism. That's why you got Putin in where you got it, because they voted for him. They can't unvote him though. And who has the power there?
It's really interesting because on what you've been saying, being over in Germany with talking to our relatives, of course, some politics do come into play at some point in time. And of course, part of the problem is they get the news that the mainstream media feeds them with like the BBC and CNN and all that. So that's the news that they get. But they don't really have a good understanding of the nature and the mechanics of our government because they said, well, you don't have a democracy. Oh, you're right. We don't have a democracy. We have a republic.
Right, we have a
And
republic.
we have a republic.
We have a democratic
A
republic.
republic, right. They have a democracy. So basically, they have an issue where they vote if the majority wins.
Right.
We have an issue where we vote, majority may not win, but the representatives will either make it win or not. So,
Correct. But and that's the fallacy of the electoral college.
right. And the thing is, they don't understand the structure of our government. So therefore, a lot of the things that they think or the way they believe is based on one, a lack of knowledge about how our government works, and two, also the spin that the mainstream media
Propaganda.
gives, to where they don't get the full picture, which means they don't have all the information to make the decisions and the thought process of what they're thinking when they hear the news about America. About now, and granted that they have their own issues as well. The dishes aren't a whole lot different, but the question is, but they are a very socialistic government.
That's why
And
ours aren't much different.
exactly, but
We're bleeding towards socialism.
we are leaning towards socialism. But part of the thing is with what Trump's done by saying we're not feeding Europe uh, an unlimited amount of dollars for you need to pay your own bill. And what they're finding out now is that with Germany has to being the stronger country in the EU, they're spending a lot of money trying to help the other EU countries
Yep.
with that. So they're doing what we did to Europe, what they're having to do now in the EU. And they're saying, well, we don't have the money. We have now that we're not supporting their military, they have to build up their military. They have to their infrastructure is lacking. So they're having to spend a lot of money now to upgrade the roads. The train system, 30, 50 years ago, you could set your clock to the German Deutsche Bahn. Now it says it runs late, it's not reliable, all because they haven't maintained it to the study. Because now they're having to spend money on places that they didn't. And eventually, as Margaret Thatcher says, socialism only works when you run out of other people's money.
Correct. And then it leads to communism because then you have this corruption and this anger, and they have to have a leader step up and say, I can fix it. And then you get Putin.
Yeah.
And now you got major gas lines and fighting. And the fact of the matter is, if you just study history, no socialist country has ever worked, number one. No communist country has ever worked, number one. No dictatorship, none of it's ever worked. This is the closest thing to freedom as you've ever gotten. And what's strange about it is that the United States requires responsibilities in citizenship. We are now no longer responsible. We want somebody else to take the responsibility. And
Yeah.
that's our biggest problem. The government should pay for this. Or the phrase when you go to the airport and there's a bucket that needs, well, that's not my job. We are the laziest people in the United States. I had somebody I met at the store they were here for the World Cup and heavy accent. I don't know where they were from, but I'm guessing somewhere in Europe, not Spain or but it was somewhere a very very Germanic heavy language. And he was saying, "I love this country. It's not what we were told it was like."
Yeah, and that's what's yeah. I've heard a lot of that too. The people that came over here for the World Cup, they were just amazed about how different their perception, the reality was from their perception.
He said we thought all Americans were arrogant and mean and self-centered, and us, and we heard really tough things about people from Texas. I'm thinking, Texas? He says, yeah, that y'all are really arrogant. He says, y'all give free chips. And I'm thinking, we give free chips. He was talking about Mexican restaurants.
Oh, okay.
He
Uh-huh.
says, we don't get free chips. He says, then they kept bringing more and more and more. He says, this is great.
Yeah, and the stores, they see all these stores that they just never see stores like this.
Yeah, they don't. They don't. Yeah, look at what's happened with our dollar. Our dollar's getting weaker now. It's kind of piddling between four and three. But yeah, it's propaganda. And if you look at the primary documents, the Mayflower Compact, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, they all warn against propaganda. Leads to tyranny.
Mhm.
And look what's happening. And the Democrats are calling our president a dictator, which is completely impossible at this point.
Yeah.
You got three branches of government
Well,
still.
is it that, that was the other thing that they were saying is, well, Trump can do whatever he wants to do. And he said, no, he can't do whatever he
No, he
wants to
can't.
do.
But that's what the
And
Democrats keep saying.
yeah, just to change the subject, you can see how this thing right now we have this nice little, this was a candle. And if we look, this was the candle one with the wick, candle two extended all the way down. Now candle two did go down, where it did break a little bit lower. But you can see where the midpoint. Now, right now, this thing wicked all the way. This one 15-minute candle wicked all the way up to the my premium entry line, wicked up to the midpoint of the gap, and now it pulls back, and this thing's going to close right at the this closed right at the bottom of this. Now, this bottom 15-minute gap, which is right here, it did close just above it, but this one held. So we're gonna have to wait and see now how this
What's
thing
your
plays out.
what's your pound showing numbers? My pound is showing high.
I'm showing the Aussie Strong, and you're talking about the Hercules.
Yeah.
Well, well, we're in the trade now, but right now we're showing that the pound is that this candle closed with right at a one plus a couple little bits, and then the Aussie still showing a seven. So this is still showing that the Aussie Strong. So we're still looking for the short. But we are in this trade. But even on this strong pullback, the Aussie still maintained the strength, and the pound barely broke the one.
Yeah, I show Aussie as a seven, but I show the pound as a six.
On the 15-minute chart,
Yeah.
on
Oh,
Hercules.
never mind. Never mind. I see what's
Yeah, that
happened.
can't happen.
It's
That can't be
flipped
right.
to a one. It flipped to a 1 hour.
Yeah, right now we
That's
have a 7-1, which is still a good spread.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I didn't notice that. That would make a lot of sense. Yeah, now I'm seeing it as a two.
You can see how
Seven and
these
a
get
two.
you
You got your
see how these
five
gaps
spread
really
there.
add us. You can see how these gaps really add us a nice little area of rebar. We do have a fresh Sherlock zone way up in here. We have now we have two gaps. Now this gap that is breaking out, if this candle closes above the top of this, if it's going to close above that, then this gap will be gone. You can see how this kind of, and it is, and now we also have, you can also look and see that we have a 15-minute bullish gap. So here's candle one, here's candle two, and here's the low wick of candle three. Now this candle three is not closed yet, but right now this is a 15-minute bullish. Now, one thing that's a little bit that has to be a little bit concerning as we get closer to the 8:30, 9 o'clock time frame, which is still a little bit early for this.
Especially with all that news.
With all the news, is how much news we got here to you? This is so I got you down to here.
Everybody's loading up before the holiday.
Yeah, we got a lot of news at 9 o'clock. British news at 9 o'clock. So we may get a pullback, but right now I'm still looking. I still looking at this as being a short. Now, if we get the Aussie and British switch flip before my stop, then I may wait for a pullback and then maybe rethink the situation. But right now, I'm just not too worried. I'm not worried at all with this right now because we still have a lot of downward pressure, and this is just doing a nice little pullback. And if you look and see, like from the wick high to the bottom, if we look and see what the pullback is right now, there's the low. If it pulls back to this would be a 50% pullback to the top of that gap, and then either test it or maybe breaks down, and then it may reverse. But right now, this is the harmonic pattern I'm looking at. And we still have lots of room. And with this wick right there, that's only that's roughly your 38, 40% retracement of this big down move. And here's a wedge right in here. Stick around, right back. And I do like the right now I'm still liking this trade. Because what this thing could actually do is with this we have a nice little drop base. Could be basing right in this area, right where this this gap area is. Right now it's broke, came back down, pull back up a little bit. Right now it's still maintaining this. It may wick up into this area, but then that would be a nice little retracement of a let's say it retrace up to here. And then the 1% would be this could be a nice little target area down in here. Here's a 1-to-1. And that's based on the Fibonacci retracement. And that's well within our 15-minute or 17.5 pip target. No, we'll just have to wait and see. Now, the British pound is getting a little stronger, but the Aussie's still staying strong. This is just right now until we get a crossover like we had here. That's just a pullback.
What's your pound number you're showing now? 5?
Right now it's a 5 and a 7.
Yeah, what I found over the last week or so with the Aussie, right around the 7 o'clock hour, it just started falling apart.
The Aussie fell apart.
Yeah. Yeah.
How we looking at here right now? Yeah, it is starting to but the British pound is gaining some strength on all 3 time frames, but we're in the trade, so we have to maintain what we got.
You've already set the trade. You can't change.
We set the trade. We got in the trade. Things do change on pullbacks, but we just plan the trade and take what we get. Again, we're risking 1%. We did have some nice little rebar. Now, this is a case where I'm really glad that when we had a 7-pip pullback on this candle, we don't want to jump in with a market order because the odds of it pulling back are really pretty high.
Do you know what your high time frame trend is?
Higher time frame trend. Let's see. Let's go to 4 hour trend here. 4 hour. It's kind of it's
You got to have more than
it,
that. It's
yeah.
up. It's up.
Is it? See, let's see
Yeah,
the 4 hour.
everything's your green dots are pointing up, your ribbon's pointing up, your chart is pointing up.
This is a drop retracement.
Squish it more. Not that way, the other way. Yeah. There's where you're going to get your trend. Nice pullback, and it could be a bounce, but could be the top of the heap too.
And that's kind of what we're.
You're at a critical place right now because if it makes a lower low and a lower high, then now you possibly be going down.
Yeah, this thing could very well come back down into these areas right in here. This is a fresh demand zone. I did build a Sherlock zone right above it here on the 1 hour. All 50 states, live music, rodeo, innovation, arts, culture, and American patriotism. Every day there's a new theme celebrating the best of beyond, capped by the largest fireworks display in the world on July 4th. This is for every American. And we go and we get if the Hercules flips and we get a close above the dots. I prefer to see the ribbon be below the dots to go long. I like to see the ribbon being above the dots to go short. And right now the ribbon is still, this could just be a pullback to the upside. But we'll see. We did have a nice long run. To pull back 50% of that run would not be out of the question. There's your low. There's your high. There's your pullback. That's a 40% pullback from the bullish direction. And we're right at a 40% pullback from the reversal. So we'll see. Just let the charts tell us what to do.
Yep.
Now, one thing about with the day trading and doing the way I trade in the mornings is that the higher time, there's always going to be an opposite direction and a higher time. The question is, what higher time frame are you looking at for the opposite direction?
I found just looking for what's the wall of the higher time frame. What are we fighting? Are we fighting against a Sherlock? I guess that seemed to be because, man,
And
the
I
best
generally look
trades
at
I found last few weeks were the ones that lasted no more than an hour. Because if it
yeah,
lasted more than an hour, it was going to flip.
yeah. Well, one thing I mean, I'd like to look and see where the 4 hour wicks are. This one all the way. If we spread this out for the wicks,
I just got into the Euro US.
Euro US, which direction here? Euro US short.
Short.
How's the Hercules on that? US is strong now, so the Aussie this is flipping here, and Euro US weak. Yeah, I can see that.
May
A
hit
lot,
pretty
of, a lot of
quick.
times, a lot of times, what I'll do is I'll look and see where the wicks are on the 4 hour wicks, and so right now I'd be looking at from the 4 hour standpoint. Here's a bullish. There's a 4 hour wick. I'll move that over, and this is a 240 wick.
My Euro US is almost hitting 10 pips at this point. Fast trade. So far. Hadn't quite got there. We're just a few pips away from target.
Did you get in? Did you just jump in?
Oh yeah. As soon as it went to 5, the structure was there. I was in. Now we're at 6.
Okay, so let's see what do we have here. Move this out of the way. Euro US 15-minute chart. Let me see if how we look at this.
We're at the pivot low right now, so that's going to be the battle.
Yeah. Let's see,
But
where
we're
would I?
7-1 now, so
This is the ribbon. Let's see where our Hercules is here. There's the 5. Here's the 1. Slipping over to, here's a crossover. This would be again, this would have been the ideal candle right here. We have a green ribbon turns to red, closes below. This candle closed. We have our spread here. And this would have been the ideal spot for we've seen that. I'm trying to get, we're going to work on the programming on the tide to maybe give us find these little entries on the alerts. That's what I like to work with Brian on, if he has the time to do it this
we'll
before he
figure
goes
it
back to
out.
school. But usually these are what I really like to have. The ribbon is above, turns red, got the close below, wait for the spread. And actually this candle right there gave us the spread. And then but unfortunately that was like at 7 o'clock last night, I believe. June 30th. Yeah, that was 7 o'clock last night. And so that was a night trade. But over here, we look at more in our time frame that we're looking at now, sometime after 5 o'clock. There's the Hercules spread. This would have been the candle. I'm not sure if that would have, let's see what that would have done. We've gotten in here. Maybe we still have gotten we've gotten in on this candle right here. This is board in our trading time frame. It's 5:30. Enter here. It would have challenged our stop a little bit, but right now it's
I got in at excuse me, I got in at 1393.
1393. We got in somewhere around in 1393. You got in right about in there.
My stop is at 1406.
That was a nice little retest of the dots, but got a lot of support down there.
My only barrier was a already tested demand zone where the pivot low's at. So it was at the barrier showed up at 9, and my initial target obviously is a 10. So a little bit iffy, but I think it's gonna.
Right now we have a on this candle, right? That candle closed with a 7-1 spread. But it's got this Sherlock stuff in there.
You've got a lot of green. What's all that green there?
These are all this green here.
Oh, that's your I
That's
see that's your
my trade thing.
yeah, your trade green. The current green on the bottom there. What is that? A gap? Right above the pivot low? Because I don't have that.
Oh, this one right here, that's Sherlock.
I don't your settings must be different than mine. Because I don't have that sitting there at the pivot
Strong
low.
normal.
Mine's below that.
Do you have a strong normal?
I have extra strong.
Oh, so you did change yours to extra strong,
Yep.
didn't you?
I found that to be much more reliable on the lower time frame.
Yeah. Now we have this is a not fresh.
That's where I've got it.
Yeah.
And my target's just at the very top of that. And then I have clear for a while. And as long as I maintain a 4 spread, this should not be a hard trade.
I have a nice little gap right here. Let's draw this up. So this would be the let's see. Right there would be I see that would be the ideal. This candle right here, not so good. This one right there, still not doesn't have the spread. That one doesn't have the spread. This one right there has the spread. So this would be the close of that candle. So that would be the entry. We have a gap right here. This
So
is a
where's your
very,
entry at in the gap?
hang on, 50-minute short gap right there. And I could put a pullback and with a sell order right in there.
Because you definitely don't want to put an order in at the bottom of the candle
No,
because you got that Sherlock sitting there.
right. So when I have a pullback,
Yeah, you'd have to wait for the pullback.
and then with that, I would be looking at this area right here. My stop would be up here. My target would be down here. And then you figure out your percentage by units. Take units, balance, profit pips 17, stop pips 14, risk balance 1%. And there's the trade.
This is when we can have a complete turn, just like we talked in our weather, that you're getting closer to the news,
Yep.
that you could have a great setup and everything change. So that's the one piece of the puzzle, Al, that we need to lock in on that Hawkeye trade plan is what are we going to do? Are we going to get out 15 minutes before, period?
Mm-hmm.
It's not in that document.
Yeah, oftentimes when I know that there's news, especially US news, if I'm generally I won't take the trade uh, less than 15 minutes or more than 50. Usually I'll take the trade 15 minutes or more before the news. But but if I'm profitable in the trade before the news, I'll let somebody close it out. If I'm not profitable, then I'll let the take the stop.
So let me ask you a question, to be devil's advocate here. The last few times that's happened for me, my 1% turned into much more.
Yeah, the problem you run into with the news is the spread. Uh, you look at the candles and you're very depending on how violent the news is. I've seen 10, 15, 20 pip spread. So no matter where your stop is, you'll get stopped out. Where your profit is, you're not going to get it.
So that's my question. Wouldn't it be just better at 15 minutes before the news just to close regardless? Take a smaller loss?
Uh, or just try and get 50 minutes before the news. If you're anywhere close and it's still kind of iffy, if you're profitable, take the profit. If it's close, as soon as you get within I say within 5 or 2 minutes of the news, if you're anywhere close to being profitable, just close the trade out. If you're way underwater, then I would just ride the news out and take the stop
But if you ride the news out, your 1% is most likely going to be more than 1%. That's my question.
because it'll trigger the stop without filling it.
Without feeling it.
Yeah,
That's what I got a one and almost a 1.5% loss last week
because it just jumped
because
your
it jumped to
stop.
stop. Yeah, it
Yeah,
just jumps to stop. So my question, and I'm not in it, in the news and the day trading enough to know, but to me, if you are 15 minutes, yeah, you may give up profit. You may give it may go in your direction. You may be right, but I would rather protect the capital and not lose a full percent and know that I'm getting maybe a 1/4%.
yeah, and that's something we need to. And the thing is, I don't know that you can really uh, collect data on that because you don't know what the spreads are. I don't know
Correct.
how you would collect the data on it.
Well, it comes down to math in your head. If you know that your spread's going to take you out, and your stop's not going to always be filled at the 1%, and you agree to the 1%,
Yeah, just take it out.
just take the smaller loss.
Yeah,
Yeah, you may forfeit the potential of profit, but you're protecting your capital.
protecting the capital. Yeah, above all, protect the capital.
I touched my line, but it did not get me through. Come on. I hate that.
This is 56,277, 56,277.
I set up mine just like you taught me to yesterday.
Did it work?
Well, I was one pip away from getting my 10 pips hit, and you can see where it's bounced from, but it's still
1470.
7-1. I would just
This is
prefer it
four.
going ahead and hitting that thing.
This is 1470. 14. 14.
Because the closer I get to that 7:30 hour, the less confident I feel. Just the way it is.
14-0. Is why is that one not want to do it? Is this not doing? Why is that changing the units?
Which one are you setting up? Your US?
I'm trying to set this one to my units. Modify.
Mhm.
Mhm. Why is it doing that? I'm not sure what's going on here. This one may not.
Come on, hit it.
One.
It is sitting one pip away, Al. Literally one pip.
I'm trying to figure out why I can't set this
There
thing.
we go. Now I can move my stop to 7 pips away
Yeah, I'm not in this one yet.
and confirm. I'm done. Profitable trade. That was nice.
Usually, a lot of times I like to look and see that my alerts get alerted so I can say, okay, there's my alert. And I say, okay, I got the alert. Then I take a look and see if they get the bubble. And that one thing about with the tide is that if you get the alert, all the factors that are running in the background of your tide are all in alignment, which gives a fairly high,
Little more reliability.
little bit more reliability.
Yeah.
A lot of times, by the time you see where my ideal entry would be, oftentimes it's past the. And sometimes it comes like this one came back, but it's still struggling. We're still struggling with
I
this.
just don't trust even the short time that I did last. I know it's the market. I know it's part of the market where we're in, but man, the last few weeks when you were gone, I'd get in those Aussie trades. I'm like, as soon as I got in, it would go good, and then all of a sudden it just started failing. And get around 7 o'clock an hour, sure enough, that thing would flip back down. Not my favorite. Not on 15-minute charts. So I took my 10 pip, 25% off, moved to 7 pips above, and we'll see if it can hang on for the full ride. It did a couple times last week, which was nice. And a couple of them didn't. It took out at the 7 pip mark.
I'm trying to figure out why this thing won't let me change the units.
Did you run out of money and you blew up your account?
No, this is not making sense to me.
So what does our news look like? I know we talked about it, but I gotta know what's up here. The Forex Factory. Okay, so all day long Canadian dollar holiday. We got 3 minutes before the ADP. Wow. Okay, so we got an ADP orange. What do I want to do? I am at profitable right now. Now's the time where I've already moved my stop to break even plus. Even if I lose a little bit, it's not going to lose that much.
Mm-hmm.
If it goes against me with the spread, now I'm in a position where I won't mess with it. But if I was sitting and I hadn't hit target one, I would definitely consider at 714 potentially getting out of it. That Sherlock zone that it's sitting in Euro US is going to be gone once the trading view reloads, the current candles pass through it. You're still struggling with the units?
I am. I don't understand why it won't let me. Yeah, that this whole thing is going
So what are you
to
trying to modify?
I'm trying to change the units of this right here.
Okay.
Of the second
Click.
position, the 25% position. I'm trying to put the units in.
Okay. Close that out and uh, right click. When you click on that right there, what does it do?
Well, usually what I do, it comes up here and you can change the units.
Okay. And it's not letting you change the
It's not
unit.
letting me change the units. If I go to 4, that thing, go to 1.
So you can't even
4.
type in there, huh?
No, I can't type it.
Okay. Close it out. Close that out. Go back to your, yeah, where it says go right click, modify, click again.
Yeah, doesn't do it.
It's still not letting you type.
No.
Are you using a number lock on your system?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't think I am. Oh, that's what it was. I hit that number lock button somehow. Thank you.
You're
Thank you. Thank
welcome.
you.
It's usually the simple things.
Yeah.
Really, really is.
So I'm going to confirm that, and then I'm going to change this one.
Because all I know is you showed me how to do this yesterday, and surely you didn't forget.
And see, memory recall. See, 1470. Memory recall minus
All right,
14,070.
we're 1 minute out.
And so this is my 75%, 74,807. 54,807.
Sentinel has been pretty
54,807.
active recently. Have you noticed?
I saw it's inactive. I'm not sure how accurate it's been.
It's pretty good. It's a breakout. So this market is because it's been so consolidated, everything's a breakout. So you just got to be careful with the structure still. But it's pretty good.
You can see how this British Aussie is just hanging in there, just going sideways, going up, just ranging between 92.16 and 92.16, 90. I'm just sort of playing around between here
Yeah,
and
I'm out of
here.
my trade now.
17 pips. Get out
It
of your
took my
trade.
7 pip
Just took
move.
your 7 pip stop.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, dollar got a little weaker
Yeah.
right before that 715 mark. Let's see what we got over here. Because ADP came in much less. So
So right
that
now my Euro
could,
US is profitable. Or excuse me, the British Aussie still is profitable. Now the question is, do I want to, since it's just been going back and forth and back and forth, do I want to just hang in there? And right now I'd
what was
say
your
I
trade
go,
plan?
the trade plan is that the Aussie's still good. The Hercules is still good on this in strength of the Aussie, and now this thing's pointing down.
And
It's
we
not
never
to the
get out
one
because
yet, but
we're
still good.
fearing
But we
something.
don't get out until we get our stopped out.
Yeah, we have no fear. We don't try to predict what's going to happen.
Yep. Just let it ride. You make the choice and then you hit the stop or hit your targets.
Our goal is that it hits that 60% time where it hits that 10 pips, and then you got it's a free trade.
Right.
That's the
I'd say
goal.
more often than not, when you move it to the 7 pip profit mark, and the remaining 75%, more often than not, you're going to get stopped out. But if it's a really strong move, you'll usually get that 17.5%, but then also generally times still go even more than that.
So far, we're at 70% of the time pulling back to hit the 7 pips.
70%.
Yeah,
Yeah.
70%. That's a small sample size, though.
Yeah. But that's
So only
probably,
30% of the time have I breached the pull.
I would estimate that to be pretty accurate.
Yeah, I don't trade enough yet to have a good sample size of that, but I do know that we had two in a row last week that actually went full ride. So that kind of skewed the numbers, which is exactly what you'd expect. So your euro yen is in a position to short.
Hey, let's see, Jonathan and Debbie are in the room too.
All
Everybody's
right,
been pretty quiet.
take that and sell. Not great. A great trade. But let's blow this up and see what we got. Don't love the stop. I love the entry. Don't love the stop. So
You have to show me how to pause the recording now. I forgot how to do that.
um
You left yesterday. I wanted to pause it for some one with things were real slow, but I wasn't able to.
I'll show you here in a second. Let me set my trade up here. It's pretty darn close.
My trade is still set. So what time is it going to be? It's going to be coming up on 8:30. And we had U.S. News at 8:15 a little bit. 9 o'clock is going to be the main one.
So I'm now I'm in the euro yen now.
Yeah.
26,214 minus 6,554 equals 19,660.
Euro yen. Why are you?
Confirm. Bring that up. And confirm. Euro yen sitting at a 5 spread. It was a 5 spread. Now it's a 3. It's fantastic. But yen is a safe haven, so I'm going to play the. I would like to have it just a tad higher up where my stop would be above that pivot. But I think it is what it is. I think it's in a good spot. Nothing really. Oh, well, that would help if I have that on there. That sucks. Probably sitting right in demand. No, I'm good. The one pair I did not. Yeah, it's sitting in demand. Fantastic. If I'd have known that, I would not have got in this trade. But hey, we'll just see what happens. Got a nice little supply zone. I just missed it though. It still could work out. It's not a great trade, Al. I jumped in without seeing the extra strong Sherlock. I had it set on strong, and that was not a good idea. Again, that's an error on me. Oh well, I would not have taken that trade. Still could work. We're right at the 7:20 hour, almost 7:30 out. Did if you where is your toolbar for maybe I think you know what? I'm the one who started and I have not given you the ability to do that. So if I go back to making you host, I think you'll be able to see where you can pause the recording, but I did the recording so I'm going to pause it for you since we're at the bottom of the hour or half of the hour. There you go. I think because I started it, you may not have been able to pause it.
Try and put me host and see if I can.
You are.
So if I try to, you got the YouTube channel up there, which I don't know how did you do that, and I'm thinking that's where some
Yeah,
of the problem is.
it's hard. All I have to do, you don't have to worry about that either.
Well, where's the
YouTube should
let's see where the
should
recording record? Let me try something. Or to the do you record to the cloud or the computer?
I do it to my computer. That way I can drop it into
Okay, there we go. Let's see.
yep. All right, Euro yen starting to try to want to work out. We'll see. If
Euro
I can make
yen.
that work, then I'm done. I don't have to have my 1% for the day, but that would be a nice, and I'm not that far away. I
There's my
don't
close
like
right
the
there.
spread on this one though.
1.2.
Yeah, because you have to go past your target.
Yeah. See, go here. Here's Sherlock.
You can hit your stop earlier, but you can, you
Yeah, we're
know,
right at the Sherlock, right bouncing off the Sherlock thing.
yes, that's what I did not have mine. Is yours set to extra strong on that one too? Because
I'm
mine,
gonna,
see, my strong was not there.
yeah, I need to change some of these. I need to go through and change all my stuff from extra strong to or to extra from
I
extra
will just
strong
tell you, if I had to do this one over again, I would have taken it where your little yellow box is at the top,
up here
to the right, your other right,
or the other way. This one
straight above that candle. Boom.
on that one.
I don't know if that is that your Sherlock.
This would be well. See, here's my here's my
That a
Sherlock
Sherlock
confirmation.
box above that
This is
candle.
my Sherlock confirm. This is my confirmation candle on my method right there. There's my confirmation candle.
I'm just
Um,
saying. What I'm saying is that is that yellow box above that candle your Sherlock.
this yellow box here.
No, 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 not that.
Oh,
The
this
one
one.
right there. Yeah.
That one. That's Sherlock.
Okay, so your colors are different.
Yeah, my this is my fresh and
You're
not
flipped.
fresh.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
flipped. I use pink as fresh and yeah, orange
I
as
just use the
unfresh.
default supply zone.
Shouldn't have, because the default's pink.
Not fresh is oh wait, maybe it's supply zone color. Not fresh supply color.
Yeah,
So
but
yeah,
my
okay, yeah, you're right. This is not fresh. This is fresh.
no,
That's fresh.
your colors are flipped. Somewhere you flipped it.
I didn't change the colors.
Oh, you did not.
Oh no.
My
Supply zone.
mine
This
is
is a
pink.
fresh, the orange or the yellowish. That's a fresh supply zone. This is a not fresh supply zone.
Then you've got an old version of Sherlock too. Because for the beginning of time, we've always used pink as the fresh.
Well, you're colorblind, so how would you know?
Because I'm looking at my pink and it's not your yellow. And right
I
above that, I have an orange and you have a pink.
All right, let me see something here. I'm gonna have to redo my. I need to go through and reset all my chart values and just make sure everything is set the way. I do like the idea of having like the faster birds rather than fastest on the Hercules. I do think that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's just too fast for me. It flips too quick.
I'm still not in the Euro US. I'm still in this one. This thing has just barely gotten profitable once since I've been in this thing.
But it's not because of it's only because of the pound strength, not because the Aussies moved, strangely.
Right? Yeah.
Strangely enough.
And we're coming into 8:30 to 9 o'clock. We should be looking at that 8:30 to 9 o'clock move.
What was that again now?
We should be looking at that 8:30 to 9 o'clock
Okay, okay.
move. Now we're not recording right now, is that
No,
correct?
that's fine.
But everybody's free to open their mics and talk to me. I haven't heard any voices other than Brian here for
And that's really depressing.
yeah, I know it
Just
is.
hearing my voice all the
Here's
time.
Jonathan. How you doing, Jonathan?
We're trying not to scare off the YouTube folks.
Yeah. And Miss Debbie, how's Miss Debbie doing these days?
Oh, just Jim Dandy.
There you are.
Yeah, I had to drop off for a little bit because of a work problem, but that's fixed.
Okay. So how'd you like the picture of that golf course I sent you
It was
That-
guys?
beautiful,
Very,
beautiful.
That thing, I'll tell you, I think that thing would be a real challenge to try and play golf on.
I
I'd be
agree.
all over it.
I would do it though.
I would
Absolutely.
do it without even a question.
Yep.
A bad day at golf is better than a good day at work.
Absolutely.
Oh, come on, hit the 10 pips, please. You're just hanging there.
This thing is,
God.
I'm trying to find a good spot to be able to get in. Now, we could maybe do like a little breakout thing, but I'm not going to take anything now. We're 30 minutes before. Well, we could still, if we get some, this is a nice little move right now.
You're 2 minutes before the news, so I wouldn't do that if I were you.
The 2 minutes. I'm showing news at 9 o'clock.
We just had
8:30.
the 7:50. My bad. Yeah, you're right. People talk at 9. You're right. But it's already been priced in. They know what's coming. Somebody knows what's coming. I just want to hit that euro yen. Just give me my 10 pips. Let me get out of this thing. And I'm 1 pip away, but I've got a 1-2 spread. Thanks.
This is my gap right there. Let me see where my short. I'm going short on this one with the 10 pip.
Man, you've been all over the place with that pound Aussie. My gosh.
Yeah. It's in fact, I'm thinking about just closing that one out.
Nope, can't do it.
Well, it's certainly taking longer to.
You got to let it ride. You set up the time, you put the time in, you did the analysis, you let it go do its thing. Do not let your emotions dictate what you think is going to happen, because you don't know.
Yeah, well, I always know. I always know what it's going to do.
I am learning more and more and more. The more I think I predict what's going to happen, the less I'm correct.
Yeah, well, that's probably true. Okay, so here was our entry.
Discipline.
Oh,
Are you trying to go long now?
No.
Oh, that's
I'm just.
short.
This is my. Basically, this is my stop area. This is where the stop's going to be. No, once this one gets triggered, once this one gets filled, then I move my stop down to here.
Yes. Now, we did talk about this last week. You have the ability to wait a full candle if you want to, but that may mean you forfeit potential profit.
Oh, before I move the stop.
Before you move the stop.
A full candle after
once it closes. So, for instance, it closed. It hasn't closed yet, but you hit your 10 pips, and you can move it all the way down immediately, or you can wait for it to close. But if you wait for it to close, it could have moved all the way back already.
Yeah.
So I am finding just sticking with my rule for the most part is the key. I do not look at the chart and say, well, okay, there's a pivot here. I'll go ahead, instead of taking the 7 pips, I'll just move it to the pivot spot. I don't do that anymore either.
You just take the 7 pips?
I take the 7 pips.
Yeah.
Because inevitably, if I move it above my entry and I still have a loss, because there's a pivot there, inevitably takes my pivot, then goes in the right direction in the first place.
Yeah.
And so I lost I took my 25% profit and just wiped it out immediately. It's a wonderful gift.
It's a wonderful game we played.
Yeah. So I'm finding that our raw plan that we created a few weeks back, Al, is the absolute best if you stick with it. Just real mechanical. It is what it is.
Here we go. This thing's starting to now it's starting to work.
And just thought you were just thinking about taking it off. Wait till you get real close to that 10 pip line and it bounces.
Yeah, that's when I get really frustrated.
And you just got to let it do.
Well, if it sits
like it is right now,
I will say if it sits there like that for, I mean, if it
nope.
Just telling you that the spread's not going to do it.
Nope. You just means you got to get past it. You can't change it. You can't close it manually. This is what I watched all last week, and here's where you got to trust Hercules. You just busted through the pivot low, so you're going to create a new pivot low. You're also sitting right on top of demand. Right. So why would you think that your price is going to immediately pop that 10 pip. You know what I'm saying?
Well, there's people taking profits right there.
Oh, absolutely. But you've got to stick to your plan. No changing of targets, no changing of anything. And that's where the emotional fun part comes in because you got to wait to watch it go past. Because right now, in the past, you would have closed it out manually. And the reason you'd have closed out manually, well, it met your mark. The problem is your spread has now it should be very close. Should be very close. You're only at 0.7, so you almost went through. Now, this is where it's frustrating when you start seeing it rise up. But I think you got selling pressure on this thing still. There's your demand. It's there. Now, can you blow that up just a little bit more? Long wise to see how far past you went. You maybe a half pip, maybe. And this is where the frustrating part comes because in my mind, okay, I went past and now I'm bouncing from it. I'm going to manually take my 25% off the board. And I really didn't get my 25% profit there. That should take it. That should take it. How much further do you got to go?
Oh, we got again, it's a spread.
Now it's a one. You got to go one pip past.
See, I would have
It's,
taken that off, right? I'm not one to when it's fighting like that so hard right there, just take the profit because why not? Because
because there's tinkering.
the spreads because of this what's happening right this very minute right now.
Well, it's seven. Your spread's still doing what your spread's doing. Your Hercules is still doing what it's doing, but you just create a new pivot low. You've got, and tinkering is what's going to cost you. I did hit my
But
10
we're getting this
pips.
close to the no, we just had that 9:30. Well, we still have that 9 o'clock news coming up.
I hit my 10 pips. I think you're gonna follow through here in a second too. I'm in demand on the euro yen, and so I think it's gonna follow through. I think you're gonna see that the pound's gonna hold off. Although you had a flip, didn't you?
No, not yet.
On Hercules?
No.
Oh, Aussie's still strong. Okay.
How's it so strong?
I'm digging through that demand zone on the euro yen. I still think the structure here, Al, is still good. I think you're in good shape. I could be wrong, but I
Let's
just think you
see.
create.
This is where I feel like you're spending emotional inventory.
Okay.
I mean, because the bottom line is that the only reason it didn't take it was because they widened the spread right there.
Yeah, but again, mathematically, you're wanting the mathematical part is taking 25% at the 10 pip, not taking 25% at 9 pips. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I mean,
I
that's the
yeah.
struggle. But if you walked away, you just walked away and this was automated, you wouldn't care. I'm in the same position you are right now with the euro yen, but for the full 17. I just touched my target and it's kind of flattening out. I mean, literally, my fingers were on it. But again, it goes back to if a modification of the trade plan has to be made, it needs to be stated that you can manually close off once you see price below your target.
I want to see what.
Otherwise, you'll spend your whole time
Well,
tinkering.
the other thing is that am I exactly on my 10 pips?
Oh, I don't know the answer or
See,
not.
I'm at 10.01. So actually I'm but 1/10 of a pip too much.
Well, that's on you.
But yeah.
But how much is 1/10 of a pip? Is that
Well,
spread?
we're looking at a couple pennies in
Yeah,
this case.
yeah. I still think you're in the big picture, you're coming through. I think you're going to be fine, but I could be wrong. What's your overall trend though? Was it long?
The overall trend was long. Yeah, I think so.
That's my biggest fear. So maybe in the trade plan, you say you can manually remove your 10 pip when the higher time frame is opposite of your direction. then you're obeying your trade plan. Because right now you're wanting to manipulate.
Well, right now I'm just trying to see if I even had this thing, if I had this thing set correctly.
You risk 33%.
No, 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 no. I risk 1%.
It says 33. I just don't understand what I'm reading.
I'm not sure what you're reading. I'm not sure what that's saying either, to be honest with you. But take profit in pips.
Well, guess what?
See, this
I
should
had
have
a full
been,
ride.
it should have been 10 there.
I had a full ride. I got the full 17 and a half on the euro yen.
No,
All done.
I don't think I read, and I never got in the euro yen. I never got in that one. I don't think.
Euro US took off too.
Oh, did I set that? Here we go. This is Euro US. This is the one.
That's a 7-0
This is the
now.
one that I never got in.
Yep.
That's because I didn't set it at the entry point.
So the CAD dollar is wanting to take up, or dollar CAD, I should say, it's wanting to take, but we're going into supply. So
No, I wouldn't have gotten the full 17 till down here. And this thing's gonna go.
don't make predictions. You
No,
don't know.
I'm not, but it's
Hold this man accountable to his emotions.
well, but I mean, and maybe if I had had that at 1 point, at 10.0, maybe it would have been filled.
It may have.
But the bottom is that it was the wick went past my entry and it still didn't fill. And that's and usually when I see stuff like that, I would just close it out. Again, I'm not going to quibble over a few pennies.
I mean, again, that just tells me you're willing to take 9 pips instead of the 10.
No, I'm willing to take 9.9 instead of the 10.
Well, you don't know how far that actually went through.
Well, it was, I would better say it was less than the pip.
Because right now you're sitting on a full pip.
Let's see, where is that?
1.2 right now, 1.1. So you'd have to go at 1.3, depending on where you're at, and depending on where you hit that.
91.96 is the target. 91.
You would have to get to
89.
91.95. And you didn't quite get down there. What's that's the pound Aussie? I don't even have the pound Aussie listed. Dollar broke. Just so you know, the dollar broke high. Gold is staying stagnant, and oil's coming down. Interesting. And this is where we make sure we don't chase a trade, because you got extended moves.
Yeah.
Still got a seller candle there, Al. Still got a seller candle.
On which one of the Euro US?
Your pound Aussie. Seller being a color, you're lower than what you started. It's turning into a doji type look, but again, had you closed it out, because well, you still got news. I mean, you still could close it out for a profit in 3 minutes. Or you could say news is coming, I'm getting out. That still applies to your trade plan.
Well, I could have said news was coming before when it was down there fighting that to close it out. And I could have said the same thing.
Well, that was almost 10 minutes ago.
Well, it's within the.
But your rules say
minute,
15 minutes too.
within 15 minutes.
You were at 30 minutes at that point.
No, I was well, yeah, 9 for the 9 o'clock news. Like this candle is this candle opened at 8:30.
Well, it's 12 minutes when it opened. If you're emotionally attached, you can say per rule, close it. Because I can sense your frustration already.
Well, and I mean, there's let's just say had you not been here, I would have been out of this trade.
Hey, Al,
Yeah.
thank you. This is just a pullback.
Well, and it may be, but it's also coming up on the news too, which means it could totally reverse on it.
True.
I'm just holding you to a trade plan. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah.
That's all I'm doing.
Well,
Change
part of my
trade
trade,
plan.
well, part of my trade plan is that when it puts fights like that at the bottom of my target, then I just take the trade.
It's not in your trade plan now.
That's in my
That's what I'm
trade
saying.
plan.
It's not there.
Well, it's in my head, so it's just
That's
not on
not, that's
paper.
in your head though, and that's that emotional piece we've been talking about. Because what if it went right on through? You've been perfectly pink and happy.
I would have been happy if it's gone through, yeah, but
That's that emotional
but
piece.
I'm also not happy if it's if it. I said generally speaking, when it struggles like that, right at my target, and my targets are usually pretty darn close to what they need to be. But when they fight it, and you start seeing that that people are taking profits and taking profits, I mean, sometimes they'll do that and it will go through. But I'm not unhappy with that because I'm glad I took the trade because then I was able to lock in the other 7 pips.
Then you
And now
must have,
at this point, I would be looking at maybe getting in, except for the fact it's so close to news, I wouldn't do it.
so that's a contradiction to me.
Why is that? It's not it
Because you're not willing to stay in it to wait for the initial one, but you're willing to get in it again.
Well, if I still believe in it, well, no, I'm not going to because it's too close to the news. But
I'm
what I am
saying,
saying is that part of the
regardless of news, if you looked at the structure, you're saying this is when I'd get in. Because the cool thing about it, the pound Aussie is a little bit in the news, but it's already baked in, so it could move. We don't know, but if you're saying this structure is good enough for you to get in if you didn't have news, then it should be good enough to let it play out the initial analysis that you did. You don't trust your initial analysis because the news may change it. Because to me, if you're looking at tide fusion alone, you have your first red dot. You have your ribbon pointing down. You have Hercules in your favor, although it's not great, it's still in your favor. And that is not a seller candle or a buyer candle that we just closed. That is a balance, and you're right at the balance spot.
Yeah.
To me, this is just, yeah, it's emotional.
I think structurally, I think it's still a short, and I think, and I will agree. I will agree with the fact that there's a better than average chance that it's going to hit my target. I agree with that. And the fact, but had I taken that to this point, it's still trending to the downside.
Measure the distance between your target and the top of that box.
Top of this box?
No, where the previous candle passed your first target. How much is between the line and the box at the bottom of that candle?
Okay, from here,
you're gonna have to make it bigger. You're gonna have to spread that sucker out because there's no way you're gonna be able to see it. From the target to the top of that Sherlock box.
So the target to the top of the Sherlock.
Nope. Bottom of the candle. How much did it go past your target? What's the distance between
like right here to here?
Yeah, that little bitty piece. What's the distance? You're gonna have to blow it bigger. You're gonna have to get it bigger than that.
Okay.
No, you're gonna have to take your right side and drag it. Yeah.
I gotta drop, guys. Get to work.
Okay, there,
I'll
Debbie.
see you in the morning.
See you in the morning.
Thanks.
See
Bye.
you, Debbie.
Bye.
Nope, you're too high.
No, here's the line right there.
And
Right
you're going too high.
No, I'm not. I'm looking at the line.
Yeah, but you're going past your target line. So you're talking one
Here's
pip.
zero. Here's zero.
There's zero.
That's the bottom of the wick.
Correct. Go to your target line.
That's what I'm doing. There's wherever that blue arrow is. That's the target line.
No, your cursor, your X mark is past that line.
I understand that, but
It doesn't recognize the arrow.
okay. Let me try this. Let me try a different way. Like this? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So you're talking about a little
0.07.
over a half a pip.
Little
So
over
the
a half a
spread
pip.
was 1. That's
So
why
for,
you did not
so
get.
for 0.03, I have a potentially losing trade right now, or break-even trade. Because of 0.03 pips.
No, at the time it came through, you had a 1.2 spread. And it went almost the 1 pip.
What I'm saying is because of a 0.03 pips, I gave up.
You haven't given up anything yet.
No.
That's so my question to you is what is the thing you're going to put in the trade plan that says, okay, if it goes this much past the target, I'm going to manually get out? Because if you say if it just touches the line, then you're no longer anywhere near 10. You're at 9.
I guess the point there would be is so basically I was looking to buy back the position. So if the buyers go past the line and the sellers don't, and basically it straddled it. The spread straddled it. But because of 0.03 pips, the sellers I was not able to sell my position.
You're not answering my question. I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is, what are you going to do mechanically inside of your trade plan that's going to keep you from making emotional decisions based on what you think might happen because you really don't know what's going to happen, that can be a plan that no matter if this happens, this is what I can do.
Well, I mean,
If it
basically,
goes back,
I watch the bouncing of that candle. I can watch the bouncing of the candle and say this
that's
is not
not
going any
mechanical.
further. Well, it's observational.
That's subjective.
Hmm.
I want to
I don't
know.
think it's subjective.
I'm asking for a person who has no idea what you're doing. Why am I getting out? Because my trade plan says if it goes a half pip past my line, I'm going to get out. If it goes half the spread, whatever that is, it needs to be defined.
Okay, so I guess if it goes half the if this goes half the thing is I'm watching the candle, I'm not watching the spread. But if it goes half the I think that's probably fair. If it goes half the spread and doesn't get me out, I'm just going to get out because of the
Manually.
spread. Yeah.
So if you're sitting at 1.2 like we were at 0.6 past, you'd be out of it, and that would have got you out of it. But you're not getting out at 9 or 8.5. You're getting out at 9.5, which is, like you said, pennies. Now you're on the new stuff. Does that make sense?
Well,
because right now,
I think if you look and see where it's hitting it's going past. If the spread, if the wick is going past your target, and it's not getting you out, then that means the spread's not getting you out. And if the wick goes past the target a half a pip and it's not getting you out,
okay,
it's a spread.
So if your wick goes past, that's going to be your defining, not touch.
Wick goes past, yeah.
Okay, we need to write that in the trade plan. If it goes past,
let's write it in there.
Yeah, if it goes past, then you can manually move it. Let me find the trade plan. That's all I'm wanting.
Yeah.
I just want a rule.
Okay, yeah. When I saw that wick go past and it still bounced, it came back up.
And I'm not disagreeing with you at all because I've done it. But I know that if I go in for me, where is that trade plan at? If I go in for me and I just say, oh, if it touches, mathematically, I'm now adjusting my trade plan. It's no longer a 10 pip move. It's a 9 pip move every time because you're going to have normally a 1 pip spread. And so mathematically, I am diffusing myself each time I do that. I don't want that. Where's
See,
it?
right now, even like right now, we got the crossover.
But we
And that
cannot.
hasn't locked in. Well, and that's also part of the thing where when I get the when it gets the crossover, um, I mean, it hasn't confirmed that it's going long, but it's also at the point where I've been in this trade and it struggles, and then you get the crossover. Then that just tells me that the things have flipped now. Now it's still, and you can see where even like we're crossed over here, crossed over here, crossed over here. But right now I'm going to wait till I get stopped out with this thing.
Well, the thing we got to make sure is that we're not changing our rules as we go based on how we feel, because our feelings are going to screw
I
with us.
understand that. I understand what you're saying, and I don't say that you're not valid in what you're saying. But I will say that I'm pretty valid. I've seen this enough times to where, even if it would have done and it would have gone, because I know the bottom line is that even if it would there, and let's say it struggled, I got out and then when it took off, well, nothing else, I save it with my other 7 pips. But right now, I lost the 7 pips, and right now I'm underwater. I'm underwater as much now as I was up before when I was down here. So right now I just had about $70 spread.
Would that go back to what we used to call our time limit? If it's struggling and it's been a certain amount of time, then get out.
And that's another consideration that we haven't really defined what that time limit is. But yeah, you're right. We have talked about that.
6 candles is what we initially.
Well, on the
It,
shorter time frame, it wouldn't be 6 or 7. It'd be
I think we're looking at like 4 candles. If we didn't get our target within 4 candles, which was an hour, then you start looking for the exit. Now this one, this is the candle I got in. So here's 1, 2, 3. This is my 4th candle. Now I'm in my 5th candle in reversal.
then also
And that is this
went down there
market.
and hit a Sherlock as well.
So structurally, was this a good trade? I don't know the
Well,
answer.
I think structurally, it was when I got into the trade, I think structurally it was a good trade.
What made it structurally sound other than Hercules giving you momentum?
Hercules momentum, the crossover, the dots, the ribbon changeover. That's just what I've been
Whoa,
using
whoa, whoa,
everywhere.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
All
Crossover. What?
this, the
Did you
ribbon,
explain crossover dots? Show me what
okay,
you're talking about.
right here.
Okay, so that's
Okay,
something completely,
here we go.
totally different. That's not
Well,
even in our.
this is what even when every trade I've taken the last 2 days that you were listening to, this is what I was doing. Here's my crossover candle right there.
Okay.
Look down. Do I have the dot? No, I don't have the dots. Do I have the red ribbon? No. Do I move over? Down there. Okay, this one closed. We have a close below the dots. We have a
You have a red.
we have a red, and we have 7-0. That's my entry candle right there. This is my entry candle, my ideal entry candle.
Okay. And so that was your setup for one,
That was a
but you
setup.
didn't get in for the next 2 candles.
Well, because the reason why I didn't get again, number 2. If this is my ideal candle, and now the thing is on this
You would
candle
not have you had Sherlock sitting there too.
right here, Sherlock doesn't agree. This candle closed. Hercules did not agree. Okay, point 1. This candle closed, and
But you're too
Sherlock,
close to your Sherlock.
but it's pretty close to Sherlock. But the other thing is
Well, you
that
have to get at least 10 pips from the bottom of that.
okay, if this was the close, so that does not. So this candle closed. So right here, this is my.
Perfect entry, supposedly.
Let me just make that yellow. This is my perfect entry. Okay,
But do you have 10 pips from that line to Sherlock?
And so then we have to. So now we have our.
No.
10 pips
That
short. No, we don't.
disqualifies that trade.
That disqualifies that point of that trade.
Right.
Okay. So now I look up here and see, okay, where's my gaps? I have, here's candle 1. Here's candle 2. There's a wick of candle 2. So when I look and see that, now if I can, let me just, where am I at here? Did I just get stopped out? No. Okay. So here's my gap.
Click discard.
Huh?
Click your discard.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
There you go.
Thanks. Me, so if this is my ideal, this is my entry candle, my ideal entry candle. Too close to Sherlock.
Correct.
But I have a gap. We have the fair value gap. So what I got in on this one because it came back into the middle of the gap. That's where I got in. That gave me my 10 pips. My gap was, I had a gap up here. So I had Sherlock, I had a gap. I got in on the pullback because again, by the time we saw this candle going, by the time we got our Hercules on this candle, we were already 10 pips out of the chute. Because this candle pretty much defined when this thing started, this candle brought this thing to our spread. By the time we got the spread, we were all the way down here. And that was already 10 pips away from what would have been a better candle.
Now you're at the news time.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. We'll watch the spread.
So structure wise, see, and that's not anywhere in this plan where if you have a crossing below the ribbon or dots, that's not in this plan at all.
Well, but that is, and that's, well, it may not be written in the plan, but that's what I discussed with you before you even left on for vacation.
Well, it has to be in this
Now,
plan.
the thing is, what I ideally, here's what I want. I want this Tide program to give me these alerts over here when this happens.
Well, that's a restructure. That's not a Tide move. That's not a Tide move, Al.
I mean, right now with this British,
that's a totally different setup than a Tide.
Right.
They may at times appear like they're the same thing, but understanding that what moves Tide, that's not it.
I guess part of my question to you is that when you were saying about this euro yen, what was your criteria? What is your written trade plan that told you to take this trade?
Let me go back over so I can share I'm not even looking, I'm looking at our trade plan so I can modify it. Let me get over here and blow it up. Okay. My trade plan states that if I have a breakout below a low, which is a sentinel move, I don't use Tide Fusion on this. So when we broke that pivot low,
this pivot low here,
that would be, let me see your candle. Pivot low was sitting at that time at 185.25. Is that the same one you see?
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm not looking at your screen. So from that pivot low, you went up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles, and it flattened out at the top, created a pink Sherlock, dropped engulfing candle all the way down back to that pivot low. Okay. That candle right there that you're on dropped and engulfed every candle to the left until the pivot low. The next candle broke that pivot low. On the next candle, when it retraced back, I got in at the pivot low.
At this pivot low.
Yep. It's a breakout.
But question.
Yeah.
But you're right on top of a Sherlock there. Would you
measured out that? Yeah, measured out it was, but with the spread at the time I got in, I didn't care. Because on the higher time frame, if you look at it, we're still in a demand zone, but the big move is down. Now, This is to me not one I want to be in long-term swing. To me, this is a counter trend. But at the time, it was a 7-0 when I got in. So I knew I had momentum to get to where I needed to go. And if you measured the 10 pips, it was barely above or barely below. Let me measure where I got in at. Right there. The Sherlock box is at 9.5 away. My target was at 10. So I was not expecting to get the 17 and a half one. I didn't go in thinking I was going to get it.
Okay, so question.
Mhm.
If there's not the room for the 17, does that cancel out a trade?
No, not for me, it doesn't. I would prefer room for
If there's not
17.
room for the 10, does it cancel out the trade?
What was that again, Al?
If it's not room for the 10, does it cancel out the
Correct.
trade?
If there's not room for the 10, I don't get in it. I would have to wait for a retracement back higher up. So in this euro yen case, a great place to consider would be the basing of the candles where the Sherlock zone
Go
was
share your
created.
screen.
What was that?
Share your screen so we can
Oh,
see what
sorry
you're.
about that. Hopefully
I'm
y'all
watching this
see.
British policy trade here.
So if I were to get into this trade, there's two places I would get in now. I wouldn't do it right now because we're still in a quandary. But even notice here, this is a 7-1. We have broken this demand area. This place right here is a good place because what was once support is now demand or resistance. And I've got room to the downside. So what I would do is I'd go here. This would be my reluctance here, but I would go back and find out how much we've dug in. This would be a grind. It's not that I wouldn't do it, but I know the higher time frame, the trend is up. And notice where my green line was for my swing trading. I would not go short now. But notice where we got a buy signal on Tide Fusion on the 4 hour, right where we're at. So not the trade I would go short on now, even with the spread being 6. I think it's going to dig down a little further, but I wouldn't do it now. Up here, I had room. Same thing with the Euro US. Got into that one. I was a little bit aggressive on that one. Remember, I did say on the Euro Yen, I didn't like the trade getting in because I was so close to that. I did not see my strong one here. It wasn't there for me. So I went back into Sherlock, made sure it was extra strong, and voila. And I said that after I got in. Do y'all remember that?
Mhm.
I said I would not have got in this trade if I would have known how close I was, but I was already in it. And so it happened to work out. Now, on the flip side of that, the Euro US was a definite easy one for me. And it's the same concept. It broke the pivot low. This was already chewed up. Now it's there, but it broke that low, came back in, and we wrote it down for the 10. Now, it got me stuck out at the 7, but it continued to move later on. Again, so that's one of those cases where you move your stop to the 7 pips and it didn't work out. You got popped out, but you can't predict the future. So this one would be an interesting one to be involved in. Other than the fact you've got this nice demand zone. And again, the same thing with this one is to me, the US dollar is the captain here. And this is causing us problem right here, this demand zone. Daily wise, it's a down, but we're going into that daily demand zone. So it's waiting on the dollar to do something. And so when we look at the dollar, we still are in a quandary here on the dollar where we're not going past that pivot high. We just haven't. So if this thing will pass this up, then the Euro US is going to be subjective to dropping like a rock.
That's a daily major high.
That was the daily on the Dixie, yeah. That's a monthly high, by the way. So do we think the dollar has strength on a day trade? Absolutely, but we don't have a lot of room. I mean, really, you really want to go to the top of that candle, 87, because you see the wick, 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 and we're now wicking here. So this is a very, and this is waiting on news. This is all waiting on this stuff. Plus, we're on a holiday at this point. Bankers are gone. So, I mean, there that's the thing that I want to be clear. I think the Hawkeye trade plan can do a number of things, but we don't have our entry rules here. We could have a breakout. Why wouldn't we have a breakout? We could have a retesting of a Sherlock or a gap, but we don't have any rules written down. And I think because we manually trade, our Hawkeye needs to have those factors pulled in there to when somebody is learning, they actually, am I in this trade? That's a euro pound. That's why. So you go, why am I in that trade? Um, we have to be able to navigate it for them of what the entry rules are. Otherwise, it appears, and I'm sitting here new, it appears that we've got all these things going on and nobody knows why we're going on. Now, Al, it's in your head, but it's not in my head. So when you say I would have closed that out manually, why? You spent the time in analyzing it because you had that fear emotion saying, but if you locked it in, it says if I see my wick go past it, that makes all the sense in the world to me. But it doesn't make
Well,
sense.
you can say I had the fear, but I could also say I had the experience of knowing that with that type of price action, that's what oftentimes happens, and I'd
It
rather just
can,
take the
and
profit.
it cannot. That's what
Well,
I'm
I
saying.
mean, but the thing is, I mean, you see that over and over and over again over the last 15 years, and you kind of know that that's the higher. It's a very high potential that that the spread's not going to take you out, and and I said, if I see, it's like if you see $19 sitting on the sidewalk, you say, "Well, I'm going to wait for a $20 bill." Then that's pretty much how I look at it. You can pick
Yeah,
up the
I agree.
$19, or you could wait for the $20 bill and let someone else pick up that $20 bill, lose it.
I agree.
In the meantime,
I
you'd lose
agree
another
with
twenty
it.
dollars out of your wallet.
I totally agree. That's why we did the 25%. That's exactly why we structured that in there. We go 10 pips because remember we were going there for a while. We were going for 7. Then we went for 14. Then we went to 21. And because we've learned all these things, we started moving the targets. And then we started moving. We had all this movement because we've known. I don't always think that my opinion is going to be right on what's going to happen with this candle. I do know that when I put a 10 pip target in, inevitably it's going to bounce off of that 10 pip move. And that tells me something. It tells me there's algos trading.
Yeah.
And there's something about that. There's something about our experience that is being reflected in algos that we don't even maybe recognize.
Right.
It's self-fulfilling prophecies at this point. That euro yen is taking off again. That's that news. Pound didn't really do a whole lot. Got weaker, which is good for your trade, by the way.
Well, we had right now we have the Aussie and the British are both showing weakness.
Yeah, 4 and 3. I've got 5 for the Aussie on mine. But I still think that's going to continue going. I think it's going to work out. But I agree with you. I think that we need to take that Hawkeye thing and put this in here bigger than day. That gives us the freedom to manually do something when we don't ever do anything manually. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the thing is, Hawkeye trading is manual trading.
Okay.
I mean, we're just about ready to hit that. It's retesting this again.
Go ahead and share your screen now. I say it's manually trading, but you're the one who's saying we need to make.
Okay, there I go. Okay, all right, just got filled.
So you hit your
now it did work out. I mean, I'll agree, it worked out.
It may even hit your full one.
Right.
Yeah, what I just figured out, it's going to go way past that Sherlock.
I think so too. I think so. If you can, and again, we've talked about this in the past weeks.
There, just took my 7.
Yep. You have to, but that's your spread too. I mean, your spread popped up to 1.5 just a second ago. But we talked about a lot of these day trades, you have to weather the time storm. If your structure's right and everything's right, now my bet is also after this, Al, you may get a tide fusion because you got a strong candle down with a possible crossing of the ribbon of the dot over the dots, and there's some calculations that are involved in that. But you're not past the pivot low, so
Yeah, but see, right now, okay, so right now I'm gonna be looking at. Let me get this 5.
pound yen just dropped like a rock. My gosh.
So right now I'm looking at my vertical. We have the close below. We have red ribbon. We don't have Hercules.
Mm-mm.
So
And you have a Sherlock zone right on top of you.
and we have a Sherlock zone. Now, if we want to go, so in order to get this thing to go short, because we're still looking at this thing basically. Let me see what this thing
What's your measurement from Sherlock to Sherlock?
This Sherlock?
Yeah, your top Sherlock to your bottom Sherlock. Plenty of room there.
22.
So retracement back to your dotted line.
But I need to get confirmation.
Yeah.
And right
That
here,
would be your retracement.
this candle right here was confirmation. That was before. Okay, that was before my entry. No, that's wait a minute. That's
That you did the one before that.
Yeah, I just got filled over here.
You actually said the two candles, you crossed the dotted line with the red candle, but it wasn't red ribbon. And then you had a close below the red, you had a red ribbon right there. And then you couldn't take it because it was too close to your Sherlock. So you waited for the pullback into the fair gap. That's why you got in on that green candle.
Yeah.
So it's still the same trade.
Yeah.
Except now you're too far down.
And also we have
still
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have about 2 hours that we've been futzing around with this. So now the thing is so right now I'd be looking at I don't like trading New Zealand US, but New Zealand US would actually be the better trade at this point. New Zealand USD.
no,
We'll
not
see.
your best
Well,
pair right now. It may be momentum wise, but
momentum wise it is.
oh,
But now,
what do we
yeah,
got?
it's too much
Sentinel
there.
just gave us alert on the Euro US.
Okay, let's take a look at that.
Yeah, let's see what we're doing here. It's a breakout. We knew that.
US.
But we're sitting on demand. And our pivot lows there too. That's on the daily. We're daily demand.
Euro US.
I like it higher up.
15-minute Euro US. I gotta clean all this stuff up too.
Current price is 7.5 pips away from Sherlock. So the earliest you can get in would be probably that
This
one.
thing isn't even giving me my
Earliest you can get in is 1370.
let me clean up all this.
Oh, you still have pending orders?
Well, that was from when you were looking at yours. Okay, so here we go.
1370 I see is my earliest entry if all the spread stays the same.
Okay, let's see what Sherlock's in here.
Let's see.
So we're going to go short. So we're looking at going. This was a Sentinel.
We'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, take care, bud.
Jonathan.
See ya.
See ya.
Good morning, Kim. I could get in right now, measured wise.
You would have to move this thing up to here for the 10 pips.
I did. I just got in right in. So let's move my 10 pip. My 10 pip will be right in front of. Now that's an aggressive entry. I don't like it. I like it a little higher up, but let me call you sweetheart. Okay, so I'm just going to make this very, very simple. Let's
We've got our gaps.
practicing.
No, I
I'm
could do
practicing what you taught me here.
Yeah, I could do a sell stop here. We have 6-1. It's pulling back to 6-1, the middle of the gap. So
Yeah, that's where I'd get in. That's
Right
where
here?
I would want to get in.
here,
Right where it's at. And my next entry would be just a little bit higher up. I think this is a pullback, but I got an aggressive entry, needless to say, and it may
Here I-
work out, but
here I'm
I
in.
like it. I like it where
Dips.
it's at right now.
And we got
Because it
14
gets me
pips.
away from that Sherlock down at the bottom.
There's 17.
That zone's gone. Yeah.
Here's
We've
10.
got a 1 hour demand sitting right where we're at. Same thing with a 4 hour demand. And daily demand. Not a great look. I should have waited a little bit more. But hey, playing Hercules at this point. And the structure's there. Just a little aggressive. Yours is a better entry.
Now this is the 10 pip target, so I need to go with. All right, so we got to go 56 clear. 56 600 times 0.25 1450.
And we are manual. We just got to make sure we're not being subjective.
1450.
You have a 6 spread on yours, and you say yours is on fastest, right?
On the Hercules,
Yeah.
it should be faster. I'm
Yeah,
gonna change
mine's
all
on
these. I'm gonna
fast.
change all these to faster and extra strong. I'm gonna do that, but I just haven't got them all. They're not. I
I've got
saved
mine
them.
set to fast, and it's 6-0 as well.
Okay, so this is 1450. So this one, I got to change this one. So this one is going to be 14 that's 14150. 14150. And then this one is plus clear. 56,663, 56,663 minus memory. Clear. 150 plus clear 56,663 minus memory recall 42,513
After lunch,
What time?
around noon.
42,513
Would be around.
42,513. Confirm. Set.
I'll make sure I eat before.
Yeah. There's nothing in there for you.
One.
That's silly.
You see, we don't have it.
And this was
Are you still building?
the confirmation candle here.
Which one here? Explain that again. Why is that the confirmation candle?
Okay. Looking over Hercules.
Oh, where the spread is, where there's Sherlock, where there's below the type fusion.
Right, I got the spread. It's on the close on this candle. I got the spread close. Now I don't think I can get it back on this one.
It's also a breakout on the next candle.
This was the breakout. Yeah, the break. That's true, but that's not part of my criteria.
Mm-mm. That
It's like-
second where you confirm that candle, the next one over is the breakout to it. If you'd have
Yeah.
got in, you would have been doing a breakout. You just didn't know it.
Yeah, that's true. I would agree with that. But this was the confirmation candle here.
The one that you got the
Right
vertical
there.
line on. Yeah.
And there would be
Confirmed
no,
by the fact that it, oh, I just got stopped out. Confirmed by the fact that it's below ribbon, below line, and Hercules.
Yep.
3 criteria.
Yep. Okay. It's fair to say that.
Now that's very fair and that's very mechanical.
Yeah. But we don't have it. We didn't get a signal back here. We got the signal over here. In fact, I don't even have the bubble on this one, 915.
Yeah, Sentinel structure is not that right there. It didn't.
Well, we got at 915. We got a sentinel. That's where we got the sentinel alert. At least I did.
On the camp. I'm talking about your confirmation one where it broke out. That's not 915. That would have been 7:45 your time, I think.
Right here. This was the confirmation candle that we got. See, this is the problem with Sentinel.
Correct.
Is we got the this is where we got the alert, and it couldn't have been at a worse spot.
Correct. The market's not right. That's why I keep telling y'all. It's just not.
Right. But what I'm saying is
there's no
this-
trend breakout. There's breakouts, but there's no trend breakouts. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Because the bigger picture market is not doing what the typical market would have done in the past with follow through. It's not happening. And that's why there's so many people not advertising AI anymore for their tools.
Because
I'm just really shocked that this thing just is taking off like it is. What we
candle.
said higher
But
up.
there again, though, this is my ideal entry here. So now the thing is, it's coming back to retest the ideal entry. So at this point, now the thing is, this Hercules is not on board at all.
Not a yeah, I'm at 3-0 now.
But I still think this is I still think this thing could still work out. But the question is, I can't take the trade because Hercules is not right.
Dollar got excessively weak. Dollar hit its pivot high and it's coming down again. So, just on a higher time frame. I'm looking at the Dixie right now. And I still think it's going to work out, but I think we're hitting a pressure point. So whatever news happened with the dollar, the Fed chairman speaking, that's why. Yeah, I think it's still going to work out, but I'm already out because I could weather the storm. But nobody would anticipate a extended anti-dollar candle. That's almost a 3 candle encompassing.
Yeah, it's a bullish encompassing candle. Yeah, this one.
Nobody was going to expect that from the dollar because that's not euro strength.
No. The British you see euro yen. Let's take a look at the euro yen.
Okay, we can do that. Let me move that back over. Euro yen's coming back to that green spot that I wanted to get in on. Green line.
Strong right here. Just again, this is my confirmation candle here.
This is another one I'm going to take right now.
So I could use this one as the pullback.
It is at my green line. It's a perfect spot for me personally, because I marked my green line where previous was, where that Sherlock was, where it becomes where it was support, now is resistance. We're sitting at a 6-0. I need to get my 10 in here though. Let's go with protect. Nope, that's not what I want to do. I want to move this 10 pips.
I have to put my gaps in here. See, with this big move here, we've got all these gaps right up in here. Here's a 1 hour gap. If I were to move it to this area right here, I still want to be above. This is the ideal entry on this one.
Okay, I'm ready to roll. I've already lost 12 bucks.
It's into this gap right there.
And the yen is starting to weaken. But the euro is a 0. So I don't completely understand this move either. It's the same move we just saw. What is the deal? Again, I don't think I'm gonna be able to weather the storm. Not that the trade's wrong, but we chased an extended move. Good workout, but I mean, structure-wise, everything is right. So I can't say it's wrong, other than the fact that my yen Hercules is now pointing downward. So we set it up. Oh, the dog is talking now. You should hear Nala. She is talking. That's crazy. So are you in this yet?
Not yet, no.
Where are you waiting for your entry?
Well, I don't know if I can. I'm right. I need to see how this pullback's going to go. Ideally, right? I mean, here's my first ideal entry. But the fact
You
that
didn't like the fair value gap piece there?
well, I'm looking at maybe getting in at the fair value gap.
Did your wick not go all the way through that almost?
I can't tell. Let me see. Yeah, I went through that. So this, I mean, I could still.
The nice thing though, where I got in, I still have room to the 10 without anything. Now the pivot low is below that, but we're now back to a 6-0.
I could do this 10.
All right, I'll be here. Gotta do some work for Brianna too.
So I could do this. I could do a.
Don't force it just because I'm wondering.
No, I'm just saying is that this is it came up. If it wicked up, didn't do it. If it comes back down into this area right here,
Tide fusion on pound yen.
they'll stop.
That's for you. Tide fusion will be the same move that we're looking at right now on pound yen. Same move.
Why is it not doing it? Where's the spread? So
I felt like we were doing the Constitutional Congress there for a while. You and I
14.
debating and debating.
Yeah. 14, 17, 25, 1. So this isn't taking my trades. Why is it not taking trades? There it is. So
Stop order placed.
17. See, right now, I'd say I got to do a sell. If I do this at all, I got to do a sell something. Now the euro's getting stronger again.
Yeah.
Why did it go there? Like that.
Kind of sucks.
They made some changes to trading view, which I'm not really pleased about.
Yeah, I'm not real happy with some of the stuff too. I mean, even the coding is kind of freaky. I'm showing 6-1 on mine. But I'm also not on fastest, so you're gonna have a lot more flip-flop than I will. But you'll recognize something sooner than I will, which is okay too. 6-2. Again, I think I'm gonna have to weather the storm on it to make it work. Is what it is.
This is my plan. I'm not sure why I took that one like that. No, it was just really slow, and when the trade, I'd had the trade set, and it took and set the trade, but it. Where I am. Let's stop. So this was the ideal entry. Right up into the gap. Filled the gap, but didn't close above the mid of it.
World Cup. 3 more teams punched their ticket into the round of 16. Erling Haaland scored the deciding goal in the 86th minute as Norway won their first ever World Cup knockout match with a 2-1 victory over.
The U.S. still in the World Cup?
Yeah, they play today.
3-0 win over Sweden, and Mexico is
Play today. They got to beat Bosnia. Norway's still in. Canada's still in. Mexico's in. France is in. Kind of sucks. I was hoping France was going to lose. I only think Germany. I think Germany would be the only one that can beat them during that early phase. I think other people could beat them, but I wanted them out early.
France.
There's something about the French I just don't like.
No,
Mbappe, I like watching him play, but yeah, we're just hanging there. I'm at 7-1 right now on a fast Hercules, but there's no pressure down
on the euro. What on which one?
On the euro yen. So I'm sitting in limbo land here.
I'm at a 6-4 right now.
Mm-hmm. And you're on what fastest?
Let me see. Let me fastest. Go faster. I got to reset all. I got to reset all my charts. We got 6-1.
I like faster. Maybe faster might be a good one to do.
I think faster is seems to be. I had it fastest. I just backed it off 1.
So maybe faster would be better than fast, but not quite as fast as fastest.
Yeah. I'm kind of liking the faster. See, it went right up into that gap area. Did not close above the mid-range. And then there's my 10-pip stop.
All right, let's see what we got here. Let's go faster. I've got
I'm
almost.
I'm using this wick over here as a reference for this pullback.
This is amazing. This is amazing.
Sometimes. Why? Okay, I was wondering where my euro pound went. All right. Save it. Lock it in. I only need you to go 10 pips down. That's all I need you to do. More than that now, but again, weather the storm and see what happens, huh?
with the guy that I was introduced. That's a nice conversation. So we're walking very fast, 2 minutes, and we get to our car, we turn around and see this. Look at this.
All right, we're back to 7. Here's a confirmation candle right here.
Okay, which candle you're saying is confirmation?
Why didn't you have it doing? Say them. This one. Realize that we're gonna look up. If you don't, this is not private property right here. This is not your private property. So we're gonna look up. We're gonna look up the lease.
7-1
So what is
and gaps above.
Show me the candle again that you're saying 7-1 on. That one.
He said that he exposed the Islamic takeover.
So you said confirmation. Now you added another element to it. Because the other confirmation, you said you're below the ribbon, below the dots, and have a Hercules spread. Now
Right.
you're mentioning.
But okay, but we didn't get in on this one. So now
No.
okay, but it pulled back and now we got the confirmation on the second one. This is the second confirmation.
Okay, but you changed. I'm asking you, are you changing your confirmation now? Because now you added fair value gap to it. Your first confirmation.
Okay, let's back up a little bit. Confirmation candle is so like this one up here. Again, generally speaking, I look to now. I would have to say that there are some times when I might take it without the gap on it if I just really like the way it is. But more often than not, if I want to have a fair value gap above my entry. So Hercules is good.
So you got 4 things. You've got
And
below the dot
and a fair value gap above. Yeah, let's just do that.
Okay.
Because that gives you a chance to get in. As long as there's a fair value, if it pulls back into the middle like this, you can't take it. But once it pulls back out, do I have a fair value gap? Yep, I can use that is my stop above the fair value gap. I have a fair value gap here. Now this is a sell stop. Now this entry here was not exactly what that was kind of an error. I'm not sure how that happened, but that's what it did. But right now, I've got fair value gap. If this is the entry, this is I'll go with 10 and 14. By the time it gets down here, I have this wick is above my stop. The gap is above my stop. Now this would be
That's how this ends. Now let me take you to the conventional connection. Let me take you to Citizen Vigilante. See this movie yet?
So I would be if I have a confirmation candle, do I enter on the next candle?
the confirmation candle has to close. It's not confirmed until it's closed.
Okay, I have a confirmation closed candle. Do I enter on the next candle?
If you can, yes. Oftentimes, by the time unless you get the alert, by the time you get that, it's already going to be going for or against you. But you could just use that as a limit entry or a sell stop entry or buy limit, whatever you need to do. But you want to try to enter on that line. It was like right here. You would set your trade to wherever. In other words, with this candle, you'd be entering. You'd be looking at a limit entry or a sell stop entry on that 185.23.73.
So let me rephrase. Confirmation candle includes price above or below tie ribbon, above or below tied dots, a Hercules of 5+, and having a fair value gap above or below. You can enter if all factors remain and the room to first target exists.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. Look at us lining this up.
So right now, and let's see this.
Knocking it out.
This candle here was valid.
I'm going to get stopped out on the euro yen. Our yen just got really kind of crazy, wonky week.
And they had to take care of it because nobody was taking care of it. They were not saying, join me in this. They were not glorifying it.
Pound yen, same way. All the same.
That's confirmation. That's confirmation. This one's confirmation.
This guy's famous.
Yeah, this is where being aggressive in hindsight never pays off, because really the entries where we got in earlier. I mean, but now we're not even a one spread.
Mhm.
7-0 on the Aussie US though. It flipped completely. 7-0 taken off. I'm just not so sure I'm ready to bet on the against the US dollar. Even though the charts are saying so, I'm just not convinced.
And the dollar looks really weak right now across the board.
Yeah, I'm looking at the DXY right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking. I'm right now. Okay, we could trade against it, and today it's really really weak. But when you look at it on the daily, we've got room to the downside. But
I'm probably gonna get stopped out on this one.
I got stopped out. Right now, it looks like the trade is against the US dollar, other than having all the news stuff out there. But again, that's what our market weather talked about today, where you can have all the structures and you can have everything ready to go. But if the news comes in right before you get in, it can flip your world upside down.
Yeah.
And it did. Took every bit of profit I had today in 2 trades and wiped it completely out. Fantastic.
I love it.
It's just a wonderful, wonderful gift.
So I think I'm still profitable for the day. See,
Not I. Well, I'm not profitable. I'm
Nine.
kind of at the break-even spot at this point. But
7-1, 7-1. I started the day out with
take a look at your DXY on the
I
daily.
started the day at 79.60 and I'm at oh, I just got stopped out. No, I'm not. I was up a little bit. 79.60. I got as high as 80.
Can you pull up your DXY
XY.
on a daily?
The minute he starts killing all the cops, I'm done. The minute he starts killing, there was this time just before the point where he swerved in front of the car.
Isn't that crazy?
The sophomore,
But this was what tells me this. When you look at what's happened last week and this week, we had seller candle, a buyer candle, even though it's red, and then engulfing seller candle, followed by another seller candle, followed by another seller candle. I don't know how long we're going to be able to handle that.
Multiple different cases were actual mirrors of real cases that have happened.
Going to be interesting. I don't know what the S&P is doing right now. Let's see what QQs are doing, just out of curiosity. Yeah, they're taking off, as you would expect. Absolutely crazy.
That's fine, but I think there's a lot of people who don't get that risk. Yes, I agree.
Good education day today. I enjoyed it.
What's your plans for the day?
I may go play golf in the heat, because there won't be anybody out there. And I told Kim, I said, I don't have to play the whole 18, but
Get out there and walk and
go out there and walk 9, and she can drive the cart. If I'm not having to, if I'm playing by myself and I get within a foot of the hole, I don't have to putt it. And putting, bending over and grabbing the ball, believe it or not, you're throwing all the blood into your head, and in the heat, it makes it even worse. And so
Hmm.
I'm going to see.
Well, no matter what you do, you got to go bend down, pick it up at least once.
Well, I usually use my scoop.
Oh,
My putter has a back end where I just pop it up.
hmm.
So I mean, I just like getting out there and not necessarily talking to anybody. Just go play.
Uh-huh.
Just go play, um, and if I want to stop, I can stop without, affecting somebody else.
Yeah.
Like Brianna and I played last week together, and she got to about hole number 14. It was hot. It was really hot. And we just decided to play best ball.
Mhm.
So we both hit, and then we find the best ball and play that. So you're not just hacking and hacking and hacking. Usually, between both of us, usually we had a pretty decent shot. Strangely enough, when we started playing best ball, is when I really started hitting things straight. So we didn't play a whole lot of her times. Let me see, start time. I'm looking to see if there's anything that I can play.
Oh, it's really this one is wrong. There we go. Swiss is strong. Second currency. Here we go.
Where are you at? I'm trying to find your screen. U.S. Swiss. That's a possible breakdown.
Yeah. 5-1. There we go. Do we have a gap? Do we have a gap?
So where's your confirmation candles below? You've got a gap above, and you can enter now. You have no Sherlock in the way, do you?
Risk one. Risk one. So entry short market. So
yeah, you've got good room there. I do see a demand zone though. Right below that. I didn't see that before. Did you see that before?
the demand zone?
Yeah.
This
Does
is
it
1
measure
hour.
out?
I got one on the 1 hour.
I've got one on the 15-minute. One on the 30-minute. We have to define, do we really pay attention to our Sherlock on 15 or a higher time frame?
I think you need to respect it, but you don't have to trade. Let me see, demand 15 minutes. There we go.
And that goes back to respect. What does that mean?
Well, it doesn't mean anything. 60.
I'm in it too. I'm not loving it necessarily, but I went ahead and did it. And I'm going to move that to there.
This was great. This was the entry, right? This was the entry area right here. Here's my entry candle. Short. And 10. It's 17. 17. 10. Confirm that.
Hi, this is Mark's thing. The guaranteed offer is the simplest way to sell your home. With our guaranteed offer, you're always in control. To eliminate all the hassle, sell your home for a top dollar, and
okay, then where's your stop at?
81.
You got a better entry than I did. Your entry's better than mine. Mine's not above that wick. Mine's
So look at the website here. It says
And the other thing is I use where the entry candle is for my range, not to where I entered it, generally speaking.
I don't understand what you just said though,
Well, I take that back, disregard that.
because you just told me that you could enter
Oh, no, I gotta do
next
it where,
candle.
I gotta take it where I entered it, but this was the ideal entry at 80-90.
I'm at 80, 80. I got it at 80, 88. So I'm just 2 pips ahead of you, but 2 pips is a lot
Yeah, it is.
when you have very small spreads. And again, we're at the 9 o'clock hour. We have a 7-0 and it's going the wrong way. Really strange. And this is where you hope the dollar doesn't all of a sudden find its strength back.
Well, if it does, it does.
Huh?
I do like the US Swiss.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad.
I may have jumped the gun on this because I don't have red ribbons.
Oh, we didn't. We don't have a red ribbon, did we?
No.
Ah, well, it's close. Depending on what this candle does, the very next ribbon may turn.
This would
See how it's
be,
pinched?
but then that would mean
We had
that the entry would be at the close of this candle.
Yeah, we didn't follow our rule. And now it goes 5-0.
Now, I like this where the Swiss is getting strong on the pullback. And we have the gap.
Oh, the pups are back.
So try it now. Go to ziprecruiter.com/free. Get that ziprecruiter.com/free.
Back to 7-0. At least for me.
Well, I like where the Swiss is strong on the pullback. Hercules says it's strong.
I'll be back in just a second.
You what?
I'll be
I'm
back
sure
in
I'm not
just a
good.
second.
You going to garage sale?
No, Piper made a mess and I didn't have an extra bag.
Oh.
So
Okay.
I'm gonna clean it up.
Oh, no.
Gotta get some more of those little bags.
Okay. My dogs smell nice. They've got a nice smell, Al.
I'm good.
I can't tell if it's the dogs or Kim, but I'm not going to say that out loud.
You just get a bath.
Oh, all 3 of them.
All 3 of them.
Kim heard me on that one. Yeah. Ooh, okay. Nice little adjustment on that.
Nobody ever knows. Asks, what is the sign of the largest terrorist attack in American history until Oklahoma City. And you'll see it tonight. It's just a cool documentary. It's a live documentary. I'll be there to answer your questions and everything else after we begin the pre-show.
Maybe we got a red ribbon, maybe.
Show starts at 8.
Hard to tell sometimes. Oh, now it's pinched.
To the White House.
What fish?
I said the red ribbon is pinched.
Okay, it did pinch.
And see how this,
Yeah, we just got 3 more minutes. It's pinched, yes, but this candle will determine if it stays green or not.
yeah, I think, and what I would do, now here comes another question. If this thing closes with a bullish candle, and still with the confirmation, would you could just do a market entry, or you could do a sell stop at the yellow line.
Look at what you're looking at.
This is the
If you
candle that we
weren't
said.
already in it
Well, if we weren't already in it, yeah.
and it turns red,
Right, yeah, I mean, generally speaking, on a short, we look for a red candle.
yeah, but
But right now, it looks like we're going to get a confirmation of Hercules, the dots, and the red ribbon
if it
on a
turns
bullish
red, right?
candle.
If it turns red, yeah, I don't know how to trade that. That's you. You'd have to
Well,
tell me.
what I'd be have to do is do a sell stop right there.
To me, I'm thinking, okay, yeah, that would be your confirmed. You could do an aggressive market entry because it still applies.
Right, you could do a market entry, or you could do a sell stop at the base of the red candle previous.
Correct, because your theory is that your entry is at the opening of the next candle. But I don't think currently we're going to get a red on the next candle. It's going to be.
I think we're going to get a red what on the next candle?
The red ribbon.
ribbon?
I think it'll still be green.
I don't think so. It's pinched.
It's pinched, but it hadn't closed yet. And I'm not seeing any indication of a red tone yet. It's pinched. And it's just widening right now.
It's really hard to see the canvas.
I'm blowing mine all the way up. What are you trying to look for?
Just, trying to get my background as dark as I can.
Yeah, that's because you get the fair value gaps overlaying you. And they're red too. Right now, we got 1 minute before it closes, and the pinch has got bigger. It's not tighter. So I think at least one more candle. And here's the thing. Your dots are still pointing up.
Yeah, they are.
Your ribbon's still pointing up. So this is a definite counter trend trade.
That is true. But there's a red, there's our red, there's this red.
And now we're red. Now we've got the confirmation. And look what the wick did at the end to make that red happen.
Sell, market.
You see what I'm talking about?
Still. Yeah.
That green candle's wick was key. Tide fusion alert. Again, that means trends are being established.
See, I just tried doing a market entry on that thing and it didn't take it. Oh, there, it just finally took it.
It's a little slow.
It's really slow.
My stop took a while.
And so now this is 17 pips. Oh, I'll tell you, this thing is really slow.
Yeah, mine is too.
Now, why is that?
I think the system may be slow. Not you, not me, the system itself.
And then I got to go with the 10. $90, I'm going to go with 15. And 60. 75. 75.
I guess you could go order the attack for the red so that they never have a nuclear their special envoys or a guitar for the round calls today. PD eaters with keeping shipping flowing in the Strait of Hormuz still a big issue. Now, Colorado, where another socialist is priming right now the Democratic Congress. They lost heroes defeated Diana again. They've been in Congress longer than she's been alive. Heroes supporting her effort to get this first elected. It's a very
Got rid of that.
district of Heroes' strong favorite to win the House seat in November, just like the two socialists who defeated Democratic Congressman last week in.
And then now we're bouncing back again.
America's listening to Fox News.
Now the question, will that ribbon pinch and go back green?
Well, if it does, we'll know that it can carry through.
I've never watched each candle impact on dots of ribbons. I think we're forming a drop-based drop, but hey, I really like the wick over wick entry that's higher up.
Yeah.
But again, hindsight's 2020. You can always say, well, that was better. You know, you don't know.
Right. No, I agree.
And that's a little frustrating too, because that's kind of the whole thing of trading, is trying to get an idea of what is happening.
Right.
I just don't know. Fix that before I do that. We've got,
You know, I can't get I right now I can't even trade our account because the MT4 doesn't seem to work.
with which Novus,
Well, with what was it,
or is it Verity?
I haven't tried it with the other one. What was
So
the
it's
other one?
Novus.
In Novus, I couldn't get the MT4 to quit working. And I gotta figure out Verity.
Well, we're gonna figure that out soon too.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
But I am probably going to cut out of here a little bit early.
I need to try and get outside a little bit before it gets too hot out here.
Yeah, and apparently Brianna and Christian are going to be coming in again for the holiday on their way to his parents' place. He's real struggled, man. You haven't heard all the struggles he's had.
What's going on there?
He is suffering from panic attacks, and they're debilitating. And genetically, he's had his mom has it too. So it's not just coming out of nowhere. But he was playing disc golf about 2 months ago, and started feeling lightheaded and felt like he was going to black out. He was by himself, and all of a sudden he went into panic mode and thought, I'm going to die and nobody's going to know I'm here. And now during that, I mean, this kid's always gone. This kid is always playing games, always doing, he doesn't sit home for nothing. Well, as soon as that's happened, he has hardly left the house. He's missed a lot of work, he's afraid to leave Brianna, or he's afraid Brianna's going to leave him and be alone. And so he's had all these panic attacks. Well, he's gone to the ER. He went to the ER while you were gone in one day with 2 times within 12 hours.
Oh, wow.
Because his resting heart rate's at 180 beats per minute, which is excessively high.
That's very high, yeah.
Yeah, it's excessive. But what's happening is he's becoming self-fulfilling prophecies. He's afraid of everything, and everything sets him in panic mode. He hadn't played golf. He hadn't played disc golf. He doesn't do anything. He won't drive. He won't even drive to the grocery store.
Well,
I mean, his whole life is completely shut down. And the sad part is he's put the burden on Brianna, who is going full-time student into a master's program, who also works full-time. And now she couldn't go to work. He wanted to go sit and work with her. When she went to work, she says, "You're not coming to work with me." And, well, I'll sit there. No, you're not coming to work with me. So he's completely debilitated. And the problem is not that this is not a good kid. His mom told him, don't take the medicines they tell you to take. It'll make you suicidal.
Really?
Yeah. And that's not true. He is not listening to Brianna. He's not listening to doctors. He is listening to one person and one person only, his mom. A really
Hmm.
rough marriage at this point.
So he's not taking the medicine.
No, he's just now starting to a little bit because he's starting to figure out, okay, this isn't so bad, but he literally won't do anything. He wouldn't go to church with us on Sunday. He called Brianna when she got to church and says, "Come back home. I can't be here by myself." Come and crying, and it's pathetic, as Kim said. It's pathetic. But he has 4 or 5 doctors have told him there's nothing physically wrong with you. Nothing. He went to a cardiologist yesterday, and I told him, I said, "You're going to go to the cardiologist." And I said, "And I think that's fair to do." I said, "Because 180 is not normal."
Yeah.
I said, I think it's fair. I said, "But they're going to tell you they haven't found anything." And I said, "Because your heart's going to be just fine." I said, "And here's where the problem begins." I said, "If you do not believe the professionals, the ones who know hearts and the ones who understand this stuff, you have 4 or 5 doctors now telling you what to do. If you do not trust them and you still think, well, they're wrong, something else is still wrong," I said, "you're going to spend the rest of your life miserable because you're going to be searching for something that doesn't exist and you're no longer going to be living."
Yeah.
And we've had biblical conversations. Brianna shouldn't have to tolerate that.
Yeah.
I know it's for better, for worst, but if he chooses this path and he's been advised on how to get help and he still chooses this path, we don't know what our biblical stance on it, whether it be a separation. I'm not exactly sure where we stand on it because I cannot see her for the next 30 years having to be his support. Nobody, and he can't go to job, so she's going to have to support him financially, emotionally, medically, and she will not be able to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. I get it when Kim turns 75 and 80, 85 and 9, and she's physically not able to do something. I get it. That I should, if I'm here, I should be able to
That's
help her.
that's a different story.
That's a different story. It's not by choice. Her body's breaking down. This kid is by choice, and it's not a body breaking down. He won't take the medicines that will balance the chemicals that are throwing his body into orbit. And
Has he always
so,
had this problem?
huh?
Did he have this problem before they were married?
Apparently he had it in a little bit of high school, but not to this degree ever.
Hmm.
Never to this degree. And my problem is his mom came in one weekend and Brianna says, well, she saw it. I said, yeah, she saw it for a weekend. She doesn't have any idea that he's not going to church. He's not playing any games. He's not leaving the house. He's not shaving. He's not getting haircuts. He's not. I said, she doesn't have any idea. She doesn't have any idea that he's gone to the ER twice within 12 hours, and each time costs him $500. Financially, they can't keep it up. I mean, he's met their deductibles at this point by himself, and Brianna hasn't had her surgery yet, the one that they've been planning on, and he's not sure she can have it because he's not sure he can handle it. I'm thinking she needs this. It's just all about his world right now.
Mm.
And so it's a real struggle. It's hard to have empathy because you're
Yeah.
not doing the steps that a professional has advised you to try. I mean, when my mom had cancer, she was taking meds that were, who knows what they were, but you try. You try. And if it doesn't work, and the problem is now when he gets meds, he reads the side effects first. And as soon as he takes the meds, he's all within 10 minutes, he's got all the side effects. All
Yeah.
of them, not just one, all of them. Because he talks himself into it. It's and Kim, like Kim says, it's not an attractive place. He's a weak human being at this point. And I would have never, ever thought that. Never would have thought it.
Wow.
Because there's a lot of similarities between he and I, but I'm not that. But I don't have the chemical imbalance either. So
Yeah.
I mean, there is an element there. He needs to understand that that's not who you are. That's an imbalance that you need to grab onto. And so they prescribed a beta block for him, one of the most common and the lowest you can possibly prescribe somebody, the lowest piece. His mom told him no, but his dad got on the phone and asked, "How much are they telling you to take?" 10 milligrams. He says, "That is nothing," and told him, "Take it." He said, "That is nothing. 10 milligrams is nothing. It is absolutely nothing for this." So, yeah, it's been a real struggle. So, Brianna's doing all the driving now. When they drive in, he sits back and he just rides. And I'm thinking I'm more under stress when Kim and Brianna's driving than when I'm driving.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit weird, but so they're coming in because she's working. She may get off a little bit early, but she's working, and so she wanted to stop by here, and then she'll stay the night, and then they'll go to his place the next day. That way, it's not 6 hours of drive; it's 3 hours each day.
Hmm.
I think she likes to be home. That's another thing. This whole thing has pushed her to want to be here instead of there,
Yeah.
for more reasons. So there's just a real struggle for them, and it's a battle for parents for sure. I mean,
Yeah.
I want my daughter to be happy. I want Kristen to be well. And when you have a person who suffered from the same thing saying, "Don't take the meds because it makes you suicidal," what are you doing? What you say is try them. See how it works for you. Be aware of your surroundings. Have somebody around you to watch you to make sure how you're talking and speaking. Let somebody monitor you. And that's what the doctors are doing. He's now on a heart monitor for the next week. It's not going to tell him anything other than occasional panic. I don't think he'll have a panic attack. I'll be shocked if he does. If he has it, it's going to be when he drives in, drives when Brianna's driving. So
No,
sad situation.
it
But
is.
this is the world we live in, which is amazing to me. Do you know anxiety has not been a deal except for the last 25 years?
Really?
Yeah. I mean, not that people didn't have some panic attacks, but it's epidemic now.
But what is causing that?
I think it's social media 24/7. I think it's the pressure of 24/7 news. I think it's the propaganda. I think it's the manipulation of the masses that you're out of control and you need government to help you make you be in control. I think we're not teaching our kids how to deal with problems, and COVID was a great example of that. We put them on a
We
device.
don't teach our kids how to deal with problems. I think that's very true.
Like I had a kid last year and walked in and he stood there and looked around. He says, "Well, I don't have a seat." So what do you mean you don't have a seat? "Well, there's not a seat." I said, "Which one do you not see that's not empty? Because there's two set chairs on the wall that you can just grab a seat. They're not problem solvers.
Mm.
They have to be told, oh, grab a chair and sit down. Oh, it's the I don't want to think. I want you to tell me what you want me to do. I can get it done, but I don't want to think about it."
Mm.
And this is why we're going to be socialists in the next 25 years.
Well, because people won't be able to deal with it. They won't be create.
The
There's going to be
masses
an
can't
aspect of
think.
people that are going to be doing what they need to be doing, but there's still going to be.
And this is why in the founding documents they talked about the big debate, just like we were having today about the mechanics of things. They had the same thing with the founding documents saying that the masses aren't smart enough to think for themselves.
Yeah.
That was one side. The other side said we're responsible enough. We just need to provide a guide. No, they're not. That's what leads to a dictatorship. Is because you've got enough people who think they're smart enough to run the rest of them, and the rest of the masses are stupid. And we're slowly getting there.
Yeah.
And I'm hopefully I pass before then. I think this trade's going to work out. I think this trade could very well make it to the 21 pip again.
I think I saw a solution to our bouncing off the 10 pip problem.
The 10 pip problem.
I don't know, where it was bouncing this, like right now, this thing.
Let me get your screen up again.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I did, and
Yep.
I'm actually pretty comfortable with it. Here was our target.
Uh-huh.
10 pips. I had it at 10 pips. It did not take it.
Uh-huh.
What I did was when it bounced up, when I got down to where it said this thing should be I moved my stop on the small position to 7 pips. I'm still in the main trade, but I gave up. I took a 7 pip profit on my 25%. Okay.
Well, that's
Now hear me out. Hear me out. So now, okay, we're still what I can look at doing is say now it's going back against me. What I could do is I could put it back in again. I could still do a sell stop for that same 25 pips, which was units were 15,000, I believe is what I had. And sell stop it right there. And now I'm out of it. I made some profit. If it comes back in, I'll still use the same. I can still get go for 10 pips on that. But you see what it is, I protected that 725%. I'm still profitable in the trade. And I can always put it back in again where I got stopped out. And if it goes
devil's
back
advocate here.
But yeah.
Why don't you just take all the position off at 7 pips then? Because that's what you're doing. In essence,
No,
you're
I'm not taking,
complicating. You're complicating your trade.
No, I haven't changed my 75 pip target.
No. Hold on.
Okay.
If you take mathematically, remember we went through this whole process. What's the best place to go and do this? If 10 pips was our guide, and I'm not just saying, and you pull it back to 7 on that 25%, you've now taken your risk to reward ratio and changed it, and you're not at a 1.25 or what was a 2R? We were a 1.3R or whatever we calculated it to be. You're no longer there. Now you've taken your position off at a lower profit. Now you only have 75% left, but you're already talking about possibly getting back in.
Well, yeah, I am looking back, getting back in.
Well, hold on. You've again, I'm going to go back to what we talked about the last time where we saw this is logical. If we take half off and we do this and this, we found out mathematically it's not factually true. It's logical thinking, but it's not factual mathematics. If you do that, every time you're in and out, you got a commission, number one. Number two,
Yeah.
when is your re-entry and what's your stop going to be on that re-entry? Again, I'm thinking you're complicating to chase this piece because we already know that 60% of our trades reach the 10 pip. We've mathematically proven that. If not more than 60%.
I guess do we have the close data to prove that?
Yeah, we've proven that. It was 61.3 the way we were doing it. 61.3, I think it was when we did that test. I don't have it anymore, but 61.3% of the time we were hitting 10 pips. Now, the question is hitting 10 pips. We're not getting out right at the 10 pip mark. If our spread is real small, we will. But like the case we had today, the euro yen, you were at a 1 pips. So we had to go 11 pips. I don't know what the numbers are on 11 pips, but we adjusted that theory, but saying if we see the candle cross, we can manually close it out. I think it's kind of like what we learned in music. 90% of people are going to love everything you do and they won't tell you about it. 5% really don't care one way or the other, and they're not going to tell you about it. And 5% are going to scream how horrible you are, no matter how good you are. I think we're chasing the penny when we really don't have to. I think we've already proven that it hits 60. Now, the question goes back to what you guys talked about today with, okay, how long do we wait for that 10 pips?
Yeah.
That's valid. But I'm saying if you're starting to finagle, now you're getting emotions. You're overthinking it when we already know mathematically we hit it over 60% of the time. Except for the fact that you showed today. What happens when it crosses and it doesn't get you out?
Right. This one didn't even cross it in the pullback.
Well, you were short of it. If you look close, you're short of it. So short plus your spread, even though it's small.
Right now the spread is like 0.2 of a pip.
Right.
And it's still
But
to
you didn't
take.
quite reach that line. Add that spread to it, so you're still probably a 0.5% of what, or half of a pip, whatever that number is. But again, why are we trying to get out? The structure, everything's there. This goes back to again, if we're trying to adjust on this right now, it's a lack of patience. It's not the system's wrong because we're sitting on a 7-0. And for me, you're a lot closer to your target than I was because I got in earlier. Let me see what I got off of mine here. I'm still 3 pips away I was 3 pips away. So I still had a ways to go. But I have nothing in here that says I want to manipulate this.
Actually, I was from my entry, I was 2 pips away.
Yeah, I was 3 pips away from mine. But do you see anything in here that's telling you to get out? I don't.
No, I don't.
So why are we trying to build a plan?
Well, it's your 10:30. We're at the U.S. market now.
Yeah, to me, this is a set and forget for me. Other than once I get notified that the profit's taken, I got to move my stop. To me, that's what it is. And I don't think it's wise to start manipulating on a case-by-case basis without some sort of data showing what truly happens over the long haul. And I'm not saying the idea of, okay, when I get 7 pips, I'm going to take 25, but you're taking your profit away because we found out that 10 pip is 61% or whatever it was, that we're going to hit it. And we're going to get that 7% anyway, or that 7 pip anyway, with the potential of letting it ride out.
Yeah, see, one thing
Remember, what was it, 2 years ago? 7 pips was our goal.
yeah. Well, I would venture to say this would be something that'd be good for analysis. You say 60% of the time you're gonna hit your 10 pips.
Yep.
That means 40% of the time it's going to bounce. It's not going to make it that far, and maybe 40% of the time you get that extra half of 3/10 of a pip, and now your win ratio is now 90%.
Now, do you remember we did this analysis before? We let AI, we put all the numbers in and we put the charts on and it did the analysis for us. It came up with the 17 and a half. It came up with the 10. It came up, well, we'd said the 14. We'd said what we wanted to risk 1% with 14, but we came up with that. Now, could we increase it? I would say no. Why would we want to increase our distance? Because if we increased our distance of our risk, then we have to increase our distance of our targets.
Right.
And again, if 95% of traders are losing money in day trading, 95%, or let's just say 90%, it's because they don't have a plan in place that they don't tinker with. We've got the stats that showed us that 61% hits our target. And it told us this is what's going to happen. These are not going to hit your target. And at the end of the day, after 100 trades, we had a 1.2 R profit margin. 1.24, whatever it was. And that's what we took it from a 1-to-1 to a 1.2 something based on 100 trades doing exactly what we said we're going to do. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's what we need to go with. If we have 1,000 trades and we trade it the same identical way, we have a 14 pip stop, we have the confirmation candle, we move our stop, we have 60% of the time it hits the 10 pip. And that's the key. That's the thing we got to continue to monitor. That's the only piece of this puzzle that we have to monitor. How consistently are we touching that line? And even your own assumption said the majority of the time that happens. I know it does. I've seen it. I think it's more than 60%. But we put conservatively, you and I conservatively said 60%. I think it's closer to 70.
And it's the line.
I think it's closer to 70 hitting that 10 pip mark. Because it's really not that far. Especially when you have all the strength behind it that we have. You know what I'm saying? And now that you've shown me how to set that target up before, I had to manually when you were gone, I didn't know how to do that. And so I was manually having to wait for it to, and then I had to type it in. And as soon as the recording showed, I type in the partial close and the number, and I would wait there for the button for it to just touch the line. Now I don't have to do that. So it's nice. I just think, I truly believe, Al, if we take the Hawkeye plan and trade the Hound out of it, don't adjust it, don't move it, get 50 trades under our belt. Get 50 trades under our belt without making any single adjustment or I think or this is what I'm seeing. None of that. Just trade the plan. I think we will lock in exactly what we need to be doing. But we've never gone 50 trades without trying to tinker something.
That's probably true.
So we really don't know, other than the fact that you and I did the analysis of how many times can we hit that 60% of that 10 pip mark. But that's the key. To me, that's the key piece.
Mm-hmm.
Entry, and can I hit the 10 pip? We have to hit the entry right. What's our criteria for the entry? And then can we hit the 10 pip from there? After that,
that's a good point, is that based on what the AI is looking at is what our entry is. The AI is looking at say, okay, here's our entry mark. That's where the AIs are now seeing the mark. We don't always get into that at that exact point.
Well, if you
and maybe what we should do is that when we get that, we put a trade on to where if it goes above it, we do a sell stop. If it goes below, we do a sell limit for a short, and vice versa for the long. You use that exact spot as your entry.
Well, here, let's talk about, again, that's what we talked about. You said your confirmation, and we could go back and play all day long with this. You got this candle right here.
Yep.
That had, how do you know it's the spread on this? How do you know when you're,
well, when you put your vertical line on it to close that candle.
So
put your vertical line on.
A vertical line?
Yeah. Why don't you say we get it and then save it down below? Save it. And use your rate,
But how do I know? How do I know this spread was at least a 4 or more?
You know that you don't know until it's locked. It's not locked until the candle closes. Right now, where that vertical line crosses that's what it was at that point in time. Get your rate. Put your horizontal line.
Horizontal line on the Hercules.
Yeah, just put horizontal line on your Hercules. Now, before you get rid of that, see that? Okay, click on the star to the right. Click on the star on the vertical line. There. Now you got it on your toolbar.
So I come in here and put like that.
Yeah, pretty much right there where the line crosses, where a line crosses.
And then, so to me, I could have
where that line, with that white line and your vertical line intersect, that's where it was when it closed. You know what I'm talking about?
I'm not. So
move that line down. Move that horizontal line. Move it down to where the intersection of your vertical line, right there.
I gotta get rid of one of them. I see what you're doing.
There. So you had a 4.
So it was a 4 and a 0. So if I use 4 as my guide, I couldn't have got into this yet. Or if I use 5 as my guide, I couldn't get into this yet.
Right,
that's not a confirmation.
But also look and see where your the direction of it was. When that candle closed, the direction was up. By the time that one opened, move it over. Move the line open.
Yeah, I was getting ready to make the same point. We're below this, but we're green here, so this is not a confirmation.
Right.
It's this candle. It's this candle that works.
Yes.
So had I been
all right, now that's the close of that green candle.
Right here. If I'd have got in immediately, I'd already had my 10 pips.
Right.
That's and that's the
But
that's the
that
but
is
if
the
I
point.
happen not to be paying attention, that would be my entry. And I got in right here.
Right, and that's where I put that's where I put a sell stop because it was still going bullish. We had the crossover
When you say a
when
sell, I thought a sell stop had to go
okay,
down through.
it does.
Well, if you put a sell stop right here,
Yeah.
so you're wanting to go
When the
up and
candle's
then back
up,
down.
no, here, let me share my screen
Okay.
because you're making it hard.
I'm just trying to understand. A sell stop is a move down through.
Yeah, buy stop as a move up through.
So if you put a sell stop where your entry would have been, the price would have had to go up through it first and then come back down.
Yes. Now
Okay,
look
that's
at
what I
my
want.
look at my
So you're
look at my
not
chart.
taking it as a sell limit where it touches that line and moves back down.
Correct.
See, I would
I
have,
think.
because if my Hercules is at a 5 or more, I don't want to wait.
Okay, but here's my point. Here's my point.
Let me stop sharing so you can
From
see
a
your
sake of
screen.
calculations of what AI is looking at, we told AI when we get the signal, this is where we got 10 pips.
Mhm.
Now, depending on where you get in around here, it's going to be either high, better, or worse. But here's the point. When this candle closed, it was still a 4. So we said we want
Correct.
five or more. So we really couldn't. But as soon as that
And it
candle
didn't have a
closed,
red ribbon.
that one had a. Oh, you're right. That one did not have a red ribbon. Okay, so yeah, we'll give you that one. So now this one we had the close. Now this thing closed right here.
Oh, the close, I did the bottom of the candle.
Well, it didn't because it's a green candle, so it closed up there.
Okay, fantastic.
Okay,
It would have definitely been out.
so but what the odds of you getting in right there is no. I mean, what you could do is as soon as you get that close, you put a sell order in.
Yep.
And if it's above, it's a sell stop. If it's below, it's a sell limit.
Or a market order as soon as it closes.
Or a market order, right? But the reference that AI is going to be looking at for its calculations is right here with 10
Uh-huh.
pips.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Or if it's this candle, it'd be right there with 10 pips.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
But we need to be, when we do our testing, we need to have what's our rule? When are we getting in? And we're going to play it as if we're sitting right here. As soon as it closes, we do it.
But here's the point, Brian, is that if you get in, if it tells you to get in here and you get in and you actually get in down here, AI is saying that, yeah, AI is making its calculation saying, yeah, your data says we're going to win it with 10 pips.
Well, let me ask you a question. Why would you get in lower? If you're watching this,
well, because if it closes here, and you do a market order, your fill may be down there.
okay, so I don't understand. You're still going to get 10 pips out of it. Either way, whether you do the bottom of the candle or the open immediate, whatever it took you, however you did it, whether we automated or not, in this particular case, you made your 10 already.
In this particular case, but in the case before that we were talking, like even with this, my 10 pips was down here. It didn't fill it. If I used AI's calculation saying that you got entry here and 60% of the time you go in, yeah, I got it. And I probably would have had my 10 pips. But AI is looking from here to 10 pips. It's not looking to where you get in for 10 pips.
I don't understand what you're asking me. If your plan says when the candle closes on a confirmation, enter next, yeah, you may get a little bit of a move, but you're not going to have a 3 or 4 pip move most likely if you're ready.
No,
to
but
go.
if you have a 3/10 of 1 pip move and it hits your 10 pips, you're not going to get, and it doesn't get filled. AI says, "Oh yeah, you were filled. We're going to count that as a win." We say, "No, we can't count it as a win because it didn't close because it didn't cross the line enough for 3/10 of a pip."
Well, let's
you
just
understand you understand? AI is calculating based on the exact entry, the exact 10 pips, and it wins.
okay. So
It gets
my
the 10
question to
pips.
you is,
AI is not looking at spreads. AI is probably not even looking at the spreads whether or not it's going to fill.
We showed camera pictures. I
I
took
understand that.
screenshots.
But
So
AI
it is,
doesn't
it
know
is,
what, but
it is,
AI does
it
not know what
does.
the spread is at
It
that point in
does. It
time.
sees it in the screen. It sees it between the two sell and buy.
It does if it looks at okay, if AI looks at your screenshot from here,
It will see
it
point
does
two or
not
point
know what
one.
the it does not know what the
It,
spread was at
it
this point. It
does.
knows what no, it doesn't.
Does. It's in the top left, Al.
This
Yes.
spread is on this candle.
It's as soon as I take the screenshot, it knows what the spread is. Now, can that spread go from point one to point two? Yeah, it could have.
That's my
But if
point.
I'm saying a screenshot at the moment we take it, which we did, it can show point 0.5. It's going to see that. It knows that. But my question is, and now we're going to argue over a percentage of a pip, possible, not. I don't know your solution. It's almost like you're wanting to disqualify the fact that we are going to make our 10 pips. If that's what we're doing, then we need to go back and do another analysis of that. Because we've already done that. We spent a half day doing that.
I don't think you're quite understanding my point here.
You're saying that that the AI is calculating from an unknown entry whether we're getting, and it's not taking into account the spread at the time that we got in or the spread at the time that we got the target hit. So therefore, when we say 10 pips, it may not be 10 pips, it may be 11.
Yeah, or it may be 9.
Or 9. That it will never be 9. It's never going to be less unless you move your target. It's never going to be less. It can't be because you're going to have to pay for the spread in your target. It's always going to be more than 10. The question is it going to be 11? And that goes back to why are we trading pairs that pop up to that 1.5 when we're only trying to get 10? Does that make sense?
Not exactly.
So if I'm sitting on a US Swiss and I see it 0.1, that's really, really tight to my target. That's going to be really tight to my target.
Yeah.
Why am I day trading the euro yen when it's consistently above 1? We're talking a full 1. Why is it even in our charts?
Well, I guess that's something we have to ask.
Go to pound
or do we have to make the adjustment to our target?
Why would you make an adjustment to your target?
Well, because the spreads are different.
Okay, let's go back to the calculations. We said that 61% of the time we're going to get 10 pips. Why would we expand our risk when we can just narrow down our list of choices and options? And if they're not there, we don't trade. Instead of pulling up Hercules at the beginning and saying, okay, pound Aussie, go to pound Aussie for me. Show you pound Aussie one. Instead of opening up Hercules and going, oh, here's our 7-0, let's go to it, irregardless of spread, because we don't know the personality of pound Aussie. I have no clue about pound Aussie. None. Zero. I don't know if it moves the way we expect it to move. Can you pull up your pound Aussie?
Pound Aussie.
And to me, that's not horrible right now. That's a 0.7, but it's on the higher side. If we have you open yourself up to plus 20 pairs. I don't because the spreads are going to be crazy.
Well, I really don't either. Basically I'm using these 8. This is basically what I'm using. I'm using pretty much
9.
8. There's about 9. There's
You're
one
going to
more.
have more than
There's
8.
another page on something here, but
absolutely, absolutely. We have our radar of 8. So what I would be doing, you got your Al's top. I would get a new list and call it Hawkeye, and only show the ones you need Hawkeye for. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And not that you
but we
can't
have
trade
to
personally,
we have to AI approve those basically.
What do you mean?
We would have to have the AI analyze them and say, yeah, this fits our trade plan type of thing.
Well, it has nothing to do with our trade plan. It has to do with, does it fit our spreads?
About 1 minute. They're about.
If mathematically, and it has nothing to do with the pair, if mathematically we're going for 10 and we can stay within a very small percentage of that for our, I see a mosquito in here that I can't seem to find. It won't pop out. So, if we have mathematically a consistent pair that's over 1% on our spread, that means we got to go to 11. And that actually means that our stop is at 13. It's not 14. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So we're not even getting the benefit on the backside. We're getting worse on the backside. So I'm thinking wow, okay, that's not what I wanted to see. Don't know if I got that or not. 15-minute chart. We're on the US Swiss. So like the US Swiss, perfect example. We're in it. I think it's valid that we say, okay, after a certain period of time, we need to evaluate how long we stay in this trade. Because right now, but we cleared our demand. But the cool thing is we're at 0.1 spread. We're not at 1.2. We're not at 1.1. We're at 0.1. We're talking minuscule when it gets to our line. It's so close to the line that you won't be able to see it. The spread is. With the euro yen, we could actually see the difference. That's too much. I'm not so sure we need to start building a trade plan around pairs. I think it needs to be around what fits the plan. There's a big giant mosquito in here. It's like a bird. I can't reach it though. See, nope. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, and just look at these two lines right here.
Yeah.
This is the first. This and then 45 minutes it came back
What
down.
is this green stuff? Is that your trade?
That's my trade. That's my trade range finder thing.
Okay. That's not a Sherlock zone.
This is not Sherlock. No.
Okay.
This is what I use to set my stop, my targets, and my. It's really a neat little tool. If you don't use it, you may want to think about it. Because you set a template and say, so basically, I'm going to go short. I just go short for 10 pips. There it is. I got my 10 pip set. You can set the settings on these things for 14 pips, 10 pips. And then you can save it as a
short template.
Then you save the template as a, whatever you want to do. And I do that. So I got one of these for 7 pips for the 17, all 14 pip stops, and with a 7 pip target, 10 pip target, and 17.5 pip target. And then I just put this right on the line where my entry was, and then I use that. But you can see, like right here, first one came down. Here's my 10 pips. So right there, that was right there. So we had, that was a 2 pip from here. It was 2 pips shy. Went all the way back 10 pips and more.
Okay.
Then it came back down again. And it came down 1 pip further. And now it's gone back again.
Okay.
So the point there is that it's still a short. Yes, it's still a short. So as long as it still maintains a short, why not get into that second position up here? What would be wrong with that?
Getting into a second position?
Well, no, you cleared out your 0.25%. You're
Okay.
still in the 75%. So it comes back here. Now you just got another quarter. You can now you're locked in that 0.25%. But no worse off than when you first started.
Okay, so here we go again. You're going to take this trade, and when it hits 7 pips, you're going to go ahead and take 25% off.
No, I'm gonna wait till it goes to 10 pips.
It hadn't got there.
Well, in this case, I thought it did. I mean, I thought I was right here when I did that.
Okay, so now I'm confused on what you're asking me.
What I'm saying is it got to what at the time I thought it hit the 10 pips and didn't close out. I said, okay, it's gonna do it. It hit 10 pips, didn't go up. I'm just gonna move my stop to here, It takes my stop. At least I know it locks into 7 pips. And when it goes back up this way, if it still looks like a good trade,
Instead of taking 25% off?
you take 25% off, leave the
Okay.
75% on right where it was. When it gets back up to where you got in again, put this 25% back on again.
Okay, okay. Now I see what you're saying. Now, think about what we're doing here. You have now changed the plan completely.
Not completely.
Yes, because you're now not moving your stop to the 7 pip mark. So you're leaving your 75% exposed to the full position that you had initially.
You're
Number
leaving the
one.
75 exposed just like you would as if you got in your 10 pips and you locked in your 10 pips and it moved against you. You still have the 75%. This hasn't changed any.
Okay. Okay. Let me finish through. And now you're going.
I know what you're
Okay.
saying.
So you hit your 10, you
Yeah.
take 25% off, you move your stop to 7.
Your 25% stop, you move to 7.
Okay. Let me finish so you can understand where I'm coming from.
Okay.
Our plan is right now, as it sits.
Yeah.
We hit 10, we move stop to 7.
The
Perfect.
75% stop to 7.
Correct. So,
Yeah.
and we already know that 60% we're going to hit the 10. And then out of that, we're going to have probably 60 to 70% hit back at the 7 and go the other direction.
Yeah.
We already know
Okay.
that. So we
Yeah.
basically had a guaranteed, we're giving ourselves with the plan we currently have, we're giving ourselves the chance to make the 17.5
Yes.
without losing money.
Yes.
That's what we're doing.
Yes.
What you're now saying is, if I'm understanding, is you're saying when we hit that 10, still going to remove the 25%, but I'm not going to move that stop. I'm going to put another entry in to get that 25% back in again. Correct?
Yes, to a point.
Okay, wait, let me back up. Let me say it again. So you got in your trade, it moved to 10 pips. At 10 pips, you took 25% off, just like you always would.
Yeah.
You did not move your stop that's remaining. You kept the 75% stop exactly where it is.
Because I
Hold
only got
on.
7.
I'm
because
trying
I
to
only got
explain.
7 pips on that
I'm trying to
25%.
understand what you're saying.
Okay. All right.
And we're leaving it alone, correct?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Then, as it's moving back up where you entered the first time, you're going to enter again at 25%, putting your stop right where it was before and your target again where it would have been, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, here's the fallacy of that.
Okay.
What if it doesn't ever come back to your 10? What if you take that position off, leave your stop, and you flip on Hercules? What if the upper trend on the US Swiss is actually up like it is, and this is just a pullback that we caught the initial stages of, and now we're going back to trend following, and you add to that position that's really going against the upper trend?
You ready for me to respond to your question, to what you're
Yeah,
saying?
yeah.
Okay. Here's what I think you're missing. And here's my thought process. If, let's say, we do exactly what you were saying, the price comes down, and you just go and get a little zigzag here that might be helpful. So we get in here. Price comes down to 10 pips and doesn't close out, correct?
But I thought we already took care of that.
In this case, it came right down. It did not cross over the 10.
Then we do nothing.
We did okay, right? Exactly. We did nothing, and now it goes all the way back up here.
Okay.
We're still in with a full 100%.
Okay.
And then maybe it stops us out. Maybe it doesn't. Who knows? We don't know. And then it comes back, and then it comes back down here again. And now I get my 10 pips, and then it goes on down to there. Okay. That's the best. That's the normal scenario.
Okay.
What I'm saying is it comes down, and it
Hold on one second
wicks.
now. Let me get my dog to be quiet. I can't hardly hear you.
And Knox took Bobcats to talk about July's prison and life nearly 20 years after being wrongfully accused.
Explore the latest. Open the free iHeartRadio app and see what's trending now.
No bark. Couldn't hear that dog. Was it yapping? Okay, so go again.
Okay, so we start here.
Mhm.
And we start here. It comes back down. Now we're just going to say this thing came right down to that 10 pip mark, didn't take me out. Then it goes on up. Now we're negative, and then it comes back down. And now we get our 10 pips. We close that out, and then it goes back up. Maybe stops us out. Who knows what it does? Maybe it'll come down and get our target, and then we're done with the trade. That's okay. So what I'm saying is that we come down here. It struggles, and then it goes up, gets me out here. Now I still have 75% left. If we didn't close this out, we'd be pulling back with a whole 100% position. If I get back up here, if I take 25% off here.
I thought we already took care of when we get down to the 10 pip mark.
Okay, but I'm saying it got down to the 10 pip mark, did not cross over the 10 pip mark.
Okay, do we need to change that to touch?
Well, maybe so.
That's going to be your choice, because your mindset is it's so close I got to get out.
That's my mindset, and I
That's
still
your
believe
mindset.
it.
That's what
and
you
I
are.
still believe in that.
Even if I prove statistically you're going to be incorrect.
I don't know that you've proven it statistically.
We did this already, Al.
Well, the point is, what I'm saying is statistically speaking, AI is saying you got in here, it comes in and touches your 10 pips, you get out your 25%, you come back in, and who knows where. At 20%, you move your stop down to here and all that sort of thing. But AI is looking at, when you take the screenshot and send it to AI, it's looking, even though you got in here and even though it came down here and you take the screenshot and it's looking at it, it's going to say, oh yeah, you're at that screenshot. It doesn't know what the spread was over here. It knows what the spread is at the screenshot. It doesn't know what the spread is over here, where you got in or where out.
Yes, it does. If I take a picture of the entry, it knows.
How does it know what this is at this candle if you take the picture over here?
If I take a picture of the entry, it sees the spread there.
But it doesn't know that the spread didn't change. And
then we also uploaded the history.
So is AI taking going back into taking the spread on each one of these candles?
It's taking the entry and the exit. Just when you go down to your history,
it doesn't know what the spread is here.
It doesn't know it until we get out of it.
That's my point.
Okay, Al, I think you're going to have to lock in on something, because this goes back to that emotional piece of I'm afraid to let it go. If it means touching it, you get out, then we put in the plan if it touches the line. But what happens when it doesn't touch the line? What's going to be the specific number that I'm going to get within this, and I'm taking it off? Because what's going to happen is you're going to end up getting it bigger and bigger and bigger. And by the time we get done, we might as well just move the target to 9.
And then when you move it to 9, you may as well move the target to 8. And so
that's my point. And that's what we're getting to. We're getting to that piece of where we either are going to be right with this and we're going to put a plan together, or we're going to be manipulating with emotion the whole time, because we've seen this before. It's just like when you weren't here. When I got into the trade, I was saying as soon as I went in there to modify, I knew it was going to bounce. And it does. And here's the thing, just like we've said, there's other things being in play right now that because we've done this for so many years, that we naturally see it. We don't know what's behind the scenes that's doing it, but we know it's going to do what it's going to do. We don't always know why it's going to do what it's going to do, or how long it's going to take to do what it's going to do. If we need to adjust it to 9, I'm okay with that. But when you get to 9, are you going to move it to 8 because it's so close to 9? Or are we going to go with 9 because 10 is really what we're shooting for and the spread? Because if we need to run a new analysis on 9, I don't mind doing that. But if we're just going to keep chasing this thing backwards, then we're in problem. Because it goes back to when is it going to be where it's not right? Where's the point going to be where it doesn't just happen to bounce right off of our line?
Right.
I think that's going to always be the case. So I am fully on board with 100% with whatever you want to do. I just need to know the numbers so we can do the 50, 60, 70 trades that we need to do to confirm and give you the confidence that you need to have. Because we did this. We went through this whole scenario and found out that it wasn't working real good until we got too far away. Remember we talked about moving our stop to 4 pips. And that was even worse. We hit 10, moved to 4. Our profitability was gone.
Right.
So mathematically, we don't want to eliminate our profitability. I think I think the confirmation thing is so good. I think now that you said, okay, when the candle's below this and it does this and the red ribbon and all those things are spot on. The question goes is how far do you want to go with it? How far do you want to move? Is it 8 pips? And we still go to 17, but every time we pull back on that target distance, that initial 25%, we lose profitability. So maybe we adjust it to 9 and we remove 30%. I don't know the answer to that, but I just need to know where you're comfortable so we can start putting the math to it. But I don't think it's a 10 that's your problem. I think it's you're getting so close to a target and not getting out, regardless of
Well,
the
wherever
regardless of the target.
if my target is 10, I get that close to the target, I want to get out.
So it has nothing to do with 10. It has to do with the target.
It has to do with the target. That's
So
right.
if our target was at 2, you would have a problem if we got close to it. So it wouldn't matter. So this is not a.
Well, I can't because of the spreads and
Well, I'm just
and all
being.
that sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah,
but-
I'm just
but
being
yeah.
ridiculous. But like, and we knew that with the swing trading stuff when we were 200 pips away. If you're going to get 150 pips and you still don't take your trade off, to you that was too much. So we've got to find that place that fits the spread, that fits you not feeling like you have to manually tap yourself out. Because the analysis of getting in is perfect.
Well, I guess the fact that my original target was 7.
Yeah, and we're already past that.
Well, now here's my point. My original target was 7. We moved it to 10. I was happy with, I mean, before, and you're right, it got to 7 and it got to like 6.9. I would say, yeah, I'm going to tap out of it. And a lot of times it would keep on going. Who knows? Sometimes it didn't, sometimes it didn't. It doesn't really matter. But the point there is that if it hits 10 and can't tap out at 10, then I'm okay with moving my stop to 7, taking it, and then to say I'm okay with that. I'm really okay with that. Because more than likely, if it pulls back 3 pips, then it's more than likely going to pull back to where your original entry was.
So here we go back to a philosophy change, and I'm okay with it. This is your puppy. Our philosophy was originally, and I think part of it is your philosophy is changing. I think it's changing based on what you feel, and that's dangerous because you're not letting your winners run.
That has always been somewhat of a problem. I agree.
You're willing to take a full percent loss, but you really aren't.
Well, we're willing to take a 25%. No, we're willing to take a 25% profit with a 75% loss.
And if that's not going to be, if that percentage is not high enough, you're going to be losing trades anyway. Mathematically, you can't win 25% and lose 75% every time.
Right, but that's where we're set up. Now the question is, what's the percentage of win losses to that ratio?
Well, that's where we came up with that 60-something% time and hits that. That's where that number came from.
Yeah.
And it came up with a high 1.2 instead of a 1-to-1 because we were barely getting 1-to-1 when we were doing the 0.5% when we took 50% off. So here's the philosophy change. We've got to figure out with you and Hawkeye, are you really willing to take that 1% loss? Because I'm not hearing that.
I am willing to take the 1% loss.
It's a yes or no.
Well, I think I have to qualify it because this for my own the way I think. I'm willing to take a 1% loss if it's like there was if I take the trade and it just goes against me, I'm willing to take the 1% hit. I don't have a problem with that. I do have a problem being up 0.9% and then taking a 1% loss.
Okay, so you have to admit that's the emotional piece.
That's my reality. Okay, yeah, we'll call it my emotion if you want.
That's your emotional piece, and that's fair. So you've done your analysis, you've looked at your screen, your entries are fantastic. You've done it. Let me just tell you the truth. You can't predict the future.
You're right, I
You've
can't.
done everything in your power to be a good steward of what you have in front of you. And I think you're spot on with this. This is not how Tide Fusion trades, but you've made this thing work. It's logical, it's mechanical, it's fair, and it's reasonable. And the entries make sense. Your target of 10 makes sense if it's actually able to reach it more than 60% of the time, which we haven't proven in a live, we've proven it in an analytical. Your target of your stop at 14 is excessively reasonable. You're not risking a crazy amount of money. We realize that we're no longer at a 7 pip stop. 7's too close. We're no longer at 21 where we used to be because that's too far.
Right.
So we managed it down to 14. And we put our runner to 17 and a half based on what the statistics said that a normal move of 21 would do. We'd be
Right.
highly more profitable at a less than 21 point pip move. We found that number based on where Sherlock seemed to fall, where Atlas seemed to fall, and just the normal flow of a 15-minute chart. You have everything in your favor. The only thing you can't figure out is how to handle the emotional piece when you get to 10.
I think that's fair. Or even if the emotional,
Same way
even
with
the
me.
emotional, well, yeah, even the emotional piece. I mean, I haven't really sat and watched it go to 17 and 17.3 and watch it go back and stop me out. I haven't seen that yet.
I don't even care because I already know then I'm going to get that 7 pips you taught me to get.
Right. Yeah.
I already know that. So what difference does it make? So the whole question was with one of the guys in YouTube is if you know that you're only going to get the 7%, it's the 7 pip, 8 pip target, you already know that 70% of the time it's going to come back to you, then why don't you just take the whole 100% off at 7 pips?
And that's again,
That's not, I told him it's a logical question, but it's
a
not a
logical
logical
question.
answer.
Yeah.
Because you're risking 14 to get 7 pips.
Yeah. And
That's the problem.
you gotta increase your win ratio at that point.
Yep. And that's where we came up with we can't take it all off. And he goes, oh, I mean, and this is not even a member of ours. He was on YouTube. He says, so, and I don't know where he's from because his English was bad, but he was typing. But I said, you can't risk 14 to get 7. You'll be upside down every time.
Yeah. And I agree with that.
Well, mathematically, whether we agree or disagree is irrelevant because it's mathematically a fact that if we don't win 75% of the time, you can't maintain that. And we're not,
Right.
I don't know if we're winning 75% of the time. I think it may be higher than that. If you're doing a 1-to-2 ratio, I think you've got to be at least 80%. It's crazy. But I want to figure out for you and for me, because I want this to be as mechanical for me, because when I'm gone and you're here, I want to be able to know how to do it when I'm in school. So if you are saying at 10, it 10's too much, and you want to go to 9, my question, if we keep backing up the first target, will it still make you want to take it off early?
Well, yeah.
Or do we extend it to 12 and give you permission to take it off early?
Or extend it to 10 and give me permission to take it off early.
Well, you can't. Then you might as well just put your target at 9.
Yeah.
Target at 9.
But then when it reaches at 8.9 reverses, I'm still going to take it off.
That's you. That's your issue.
I mean, that is me, period. That is me, that when it gets so close to, it's sort of like, again, you're walking down the sidewalk and see a $20 bill, say, oh, I'm not going to pick it up because it's only 19.
But you've done everything to prepare that $20 is yours. But what if you found out it wasn't yours? Do you leave it?
No, you pick it up and try and find the owner.
Okay. So Hey, what if you're by yourself and there's nobody around? How are you gonna find the owner?
You don't. You put stick in your pocket and
Right in your pocket. And if
you
somebody
treat
buys it for 20 bucks, you give it to
and that's exactly what happened to me when I was out hiking. Right up on the trail, I found a $20 bill
them.
and didn't know who it was, couldn't find anybody around. Stuck it in my pocket, and I went. I shared it with somebody else. So
Well, here, now that we're at this place in our trade, this is where I have problems. I don't want to be here all day long.
there you go. See,
So,
now you're willing to just say, okay, I would need to get out the door. I want to close this thing out and just take my
so,
profit or take my
so
loss.
I've got two options. My two options, and they're in my trade plan. I edited mine. My two options are two things. I can either move my stop to the highest pivot and take a small loss, or I can just get out of the trade.
Right.
And at this point, I'm just going to get out of the trade. I closed mine. I closed it. Take the profit, walk away. It's not much, it's just $1 or $2, but I want to get out of it because I don't want to sit here all day long.
Right. And that again, that's something you got to figure out too. It's like
But that's a personal thing.
how long do you want to hang into this trade?
But look how long we've been in it.
Well, we've been in for an hour and 15 minutes so far.
So that's a reasonable thing that at an hour in the trade plan, you could say, I have the ability to move my stop down to a reasonable location. And reasonable is dependent upon the person.
Yeah, what
That's
does
the
that mean?
subjective part to allow you to walk away.
Yeah.
But like with you, you had a better entry. You had a better entry than me. So you've got profit. Now it's not much more profit. I mean, because your account's bigger, but that's a fair assessment. But that has nothing to do with fear.
No.
That has nothing to do with being out of control. And I think the target thing, I don't battle that as much as you do, so I don't understand it as much.
See, for me at this point is the fact that I took my 7 pips, my first 25% off. And if I wanted to walk away, I would do one of two things. I just close it out and say, I'll keep the profit and not think about it. Or I would just keep everything where it is right now and walk away. I'll go for my 17 and a half, or I'll go for my 14 pips.
But remember what I wrote in the trade plan too? We talked about that very thing. Once I hit my 10 pips, I have the choice to move my stop.
Right.
I can wait a full candle. I am not going to wait more than a candle. And the reason being is usually it's going to go against me even further.
Yeah.
And I don't want to sit here and watch it go against me for 3 hours to see if it's even going to get down to where I want it to go. I'd rather be out of it and re-engage it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we've got to find a way for your emotional side to fit the trade plan that makes sense mechanically to where if we ever do automate, which I think we can, it is reasonable. We already have pretty much automated your entry. That is not hard to do. You've got all the criteria lined up very nicely. I have, in this case, for a short, you have to be below both ribbon and line. You have to have a short, you have to be a red ribbon. And you have to, at the time of the close, have to have a score of 5 or more. If those 3 things happen at the time of close, you are doing a market order immediately. That's automated.
Yeah.
And that's cool. I mean,
and the automated would probably help get you actually into the trade if it's automated, because you wouldn't have to be sitting there trying to set up the do all the little gyrations we got to do to get the trade. It would just be set up.
Yeah, absolutely. And the cool thing about it is we'd have to set this up on a chart. We'd have to do it on a chart, and trade management does not have to be included. It will set your stop and target on MT5 by itself.
And move the stops and targets on.
We could. I'd have to learn how to program that, but yeah, you're right. Yeah. It could move them, but again, part of the enjoyment of trading is knowing that you've got a mechanical system. But I don't want to. I enjoy sitting here watching. I don't enjoy, like you experienced today with the Euro Yen, where it touches that line and goes off. I mean, I am okay with it. I don't like it, but I'm also not as aggressive on my real account. So what would I be like in my real account? Would I get ticked off like you do? And I have no problem if I see it, if I'm able to, and I'm watching the trade, I will manually move it out. But I will not, it has to at least touch that line. I'm not going to get it right before. Like that candle it's currently on is just above your yellow line. That's not close enough for me because I know mathematically, I know that that candle's bottom doesn't fit. But we know, and now that I know where you're thinking, I can do some more analysis using AI to give you. I don't know if it's ever going to give you the confidence that you're wanting. I think you need to be trading the plan as rigorously as you can, and then take your 50 trades and do the analysis. I think that's the only way you're going to get confidence because I don't think you trust the 60% plus. I think you're still emotionally attached to that candle hitting that target.
Well, like I said, I always said that if I want a target, and I'm not going to give up $20 for it because I'm trying to save 10 cents. That just doesn't make sense to me.
Then we need to adjust your target. But even then, you're still going to be doing the same thing because this has nothing to do with money.
Well, I think the target is a good target. I think the 10 pips is a good target. If it hits 9 and doesn't get there, well, I'm really okay with that.
Then you need to set your target at 9.
No, I need to set my target at 10 because that's my target. But I also have to recognize the fact that I'm not going to give up $20 to save 10 cents.
Then
That
you
just
need to
doesn't
have,
make sense to me.
and then you need to have a rule-based strategy of what allows you to get out, not a feeling. Right now, it's I feel. You got to give me a concrete reason for you to get out because what's going to inevitably happen is your emotions on a bad day or feelings or whatever. You're not going to allow your runners to run because you're going to be getting them out. But you also have to realize what are you going to do at that stop once you hit and get out of that 25%.
Well, I'm going to let the runners run. I mean, once no, I think I don't think you're being totally fair with this because
I'm just trying to put on paper what you're telling me.
well, I'm just
It's not
saying
my
that
trade plan.
when I take that first position, when if it's bouncing off, whether your runner still has a target. The only way you run, I mean, to really let the runners run, we shouldn't even have a 17.5 pip target. We should just we should keep moving the stop down until it stops us out.
To the move.
Huh? What's that?
Except on the day trading, we found that the AI said the extent of the move was between 18 and 21.
Yeah. Okay.
That wasn't just a made up number.
No, I understand that, but
we can go as long as you want.
Well, I know. I mean, to really, I mean, in all honesty, to really let the runners run, you got to just keep it going down, and eventually it will stop you out when you move when it comes back to your stop.
But again, with you, I found with you in day trading, it's usually opposite of the trend.
Yeah, oftentimes the day trading it is opposite.
So therefore, you will never get these long runners because most of your trades are opposite of the main trend, higher time frame trend, just like this U.S. Swiss was, just like the Euro Yen is. We're playing the pullbacks until it doesn't. And you taught me that part, which is cool. I would normally not have done that. Because if you look at the US Swiss, that is an uptrend. It is not downtrend.
Mm-hmm.
And we just took money off the table on a downtrend. And I don't think you're ever going to, I think an extended move on a day trade is 21 to 26. I don't think it typically is going to be the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, not on a day trade.
I think the extended moves are that much.
What was that?
I think an extended move on a day trade is 40, 50, 60 pips.
Except you're not going to sit there for a whole day. Look at your
well,
look,
but
look
I will not. It's not unusual for me to sit here for 4 or 5 hours a day.
Then you're not really day trading, you're swing trading.
No, that's day trade. I'm still closing out, and I'm still closing the trade out before the end of the day.
It's a short-term swing trade. That's what it is.
No.
Day trade, you're supposed to be.
And maybe we have moved to a short-term swing trade. Maybe that is what we're actually doing.
I'm trying to do it too. Yeah. Day trade, you're supposed to be out within 2 hours, according to the numbers. But we're here longer than that.
Well, we're here longer than that, but I would say
but we're
2
not
hours. 2 hours is probably the average or the more of
norm.
the norm for the trade. But we're taking several trades at different times of the day, so we are
Yeah.
here for more than that.
Yeah. But a swing trade, man, I can't even do a proper 4-day, 5-day swing trade anymore.
Because
The market.
no,
There's no trend that's lasting more than a day or two.
yeah.
The trend is not lasting that long. Now, when you look at the US CAD, that's a different ball game. That actually can play a little bit longer, or it has. The US yen was playing a little longer, or it has. That's because the dollar recently got the strength when the peace came across. But as soon as that Hormuz thing goes to pot, we're going to be back in the same place we were, where we really don't know. But if you look at most of the 4 hours to higher time frames, you'll see your trends. Well, I'm excited about trying to get this Hawkeye Foundation piece lined out. I really like the confirmation candle thing. I don't have a problem with, so I'm gonna put touches or crosses because that's gonna be, now you have to wait for a touch.
Yeah, okay. I can work with that.
It has to be a touch. Let's go with, that's not what I want.
And because a lot of times too, it'll touch, and that's one reason why I said if it goes and touches the 10 pip, just move it back. Normally speaking, if it touches it, most of the time it will go. A lot of times it will go through.
Sure.
But if it doesn't go through, it's going to pull back hard.
Sure.
And that's why I was saying if it touches it, to move your stop on that specific position to 7 pips, because the odds of that taking it out are pretty slim. If it is going to go through, and if it does take it out, it's going to go back to your break even, to your entry point.
And you can always re-engage. That's the whole point.
And that was my point. I was trying to say, and you said, "Well, I should be doing that."
Well, once you put your stop down the 7 pip mark, and it takes the whole position off, why wouldn't you engage?
Well, that's the point, because then you're right back to break even. That if you re-engage at the point where you entered with the same amount that you just took off, you just locked into that 0.25%. And if you re-engage, you're right at the same spot you were at the original point of the trade.
The question will be, comes back into the structure. Is the structure right at that time? Just because it comes back to that spot where you got in doesn't mean it's still a good spot.
Well, I mean, unless you got I would say unless you get a specific reversal, you just have to do it as a pull, because you're right, the structure probably won't be.
You still have to have a 5 spread.
Well, if you're already still in the trade, if you get the 5 spread when you originally entered the trade, you're in the trade now. You still have a position on the trade. Now you're just managing the trade.
But you're actually truly entering a new position as if it's a total.
Well, you are. I won't argue that
It
point.
won't be 100% trade, but it's still entering a brand new entry.
Right, but I view that as until you close out all the positions, that the initiation of that trade is still active, because and because we say that, well, we got in, we had the right setup, we got in the trade. It's going against us at this point, but we're still in the trade because everything was there when we entered the trade. We stick with the trade.
Yeah,
and I'm saying you stick with the trade until there's something in that trade that says, no, this thing's going reverse, but we're just going to hang in there to take our stop. And a lot of times if it's going to end up reverse and take your stop, or if it's just a pullback. A lot of times you already know that.
But what number on Hercules are you willing to say, nope, I'm not entering there?
I would say the crossover of the.
So you would go down to a 1.
I would go down, if it goes down to a 1 and 2 and they flip, that might be where I would.
No, I'm talking about, let's just say this candle you're looking at right now, we're set at 5-0. And let's just say we were going to re-engage at your 83.74 mark where your price is. You've taken your profit off, you've taken your 25%, and instead of moving your stop all the way down, you said you're going to re-engage at the 83.74. What if it's no longer a 5-0, but it is a 1-3? I'm not getting in that.
Well, what I'm saying is that what I would be looking at, let's just say you're going long with right here. Let's just pull this down here. Let's say you were going long. The euro was Euro was strong, so you're long with the euro. And then you come back down, and here you go. We were down to 1-1, and we got the flip. I'd be looking at possibly getting out there. And now the yen is strong. When you get the when
All
you're
right,
gone,
this
when
is
you're
Jordan.
what's
If
that?
you feel confident initiating a new trade at one, that's you. I just
Well, I'd be all confident in a new trade with going. Let's say I would be. Oh, okay. I mean, right now I would. Let's see. Where's the euro strong right here? I do like it. I will say this. I do like it when the ribbon is above to go short and the ribbon is below
yeah.
to go long. I do like that part. The fact that we have the ribbon above to go long into the ribbon, I would be a little bit hesitant about that.
Well, and when you get up to that point of entry, look where your ribbon's at. No, back up. I'm talking about re-engaging short on this new on the
On
current
this one here.
No. Where we're currently at.
Okay.
You see that little where your entry was at where it says $83.74? It's your yellow line. It's marked on the right. It says $83.74. No, to the right. To the right, the box. It's your marker, it's your label. No. Go down, go over and over. Over to the right. Over to the right. It says $83.74. You see it?
That's
when
my
that
stop.
comes up, and that's your re-engagement price, right? That would be your re-engagement if you happen to want to re-engage.
No, that's my stop. My re-engagement would be down here.
Okay. Now I didn't know that.
Yeah, this is.
Oh,
I would not re-engage at the stop. No, I wouldn't re-engage.
I didn't know that was your stop. I thought that's where you got in.
No, if this is where I got in, the yellow line. I say I got in at the yellow line. I get in the yellow. I got my 10 pips. It pulls back. I would re-engage up here.
Yeah, absolutely. As long as everything and it stays below the ribbon.
Yeah.
And your spread's still good.
The spread's still good.
Now, at this point, you're at your entry. So are you going to re-engage it and add to it?
At this point, let's see where I'm at my entry right now. Let me see right here. Here's my entry. Okay.
Yeah, you have to answer right now.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to say where I'm at here. With this candle right here.
As if you hit our 10.
Right, here's my 10. Here's my 10 right here. Here was my original entry. Well, my original entry. Yeah, there's my stop. I would say hit my 10. I would be looking at re-engaging right in here. With it, here we have the crossover right now. Right now it's fighting, and right now it's going short again, so we're still good. If this thing crossed over, if this was yen strong, we're going short. Yen strong, getting weaker. But here it bounced, yen's still short. Okay. If this thing flipped where the yen was now weak, and that I would not re-enter there. But I would like to see a flip and and have the yen, the euro going stronger, the yen going weaker. Yeah, I would not re-engage then. But with this little,
there is a number somewhere in there that you would say I'm not re-engaging.
I would say I would not re-engage short if the yen stayed below the let's see, we got 5. Yeah,
So
I would
would you
say
on that next dip right there?
right now, as long as it's in between the 5 and the 1, they're both it's still kind of iffy.
The 5 and the 1. What do you mean by 5 and 1?
Here's my 5. Here's my 1.
Okay.
This little area right here.
So,
They're fighting right now. They're fighting for first or last place.
So you're saying 2 to 3. Anything less than 3, you're not getting in.
Yeah, I mean here's the battle.
Here's the number.
Here's the battle, and now we got confirmation. This one's going strong. This one's going weaker. Okay, yen's going stronger. We're still short. Yeah, I would re-engage there. If this thing battled here, and the yen kept going short, and that's what I would say, no, I'm not going to re-engage. And I'd probably just wait for my stop. Huh?
And you wouldn't on that next dip that your cursor's next to either, because those are going to be separated by maybe 1 or 2.
Right.
So you do have a Hercules number that you're looking at to re-engage, and it's not if there's 1 or 2. It's actually 3 or more.
I never really thought of a specific number for that, for the re-engagement. I really haven't thought about that.
Well, you kind of did by explaining your 5 and 1. If they're
Yeah,
both
the
between the
5 and 1 is
and
the 5 and 1 is to enter the trade to begin with.
yeah, but if both of them are lying in between that little groove that you've got there, 5 and 1,
I don't take the
your
trade,
spread's going to be
but
small.
if I'm in the trade and I'm still seeing the currency maintain direction that I want it to be, then I would re-engage.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, just like with the Swiss was pulling back. I could have got my 10 pips on the Swiss. It pulled back. It was still showing that the Swiss was strong. Yeah, I'm going to engage.
But it wasn't initially when it pulled back. It came up higher. You would have to wait a little higher to engage.
Yeah, but I mean, when I re-engage, I may re-engage when it comes up to a fair value gap, wicks up, can close. Yeah, then I might re-engage with a sell stop.
But you can't do that if you've been stopped out.
Or we stopped out, the trade's over.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
if you're stopped out, the trade's over.
Yeah, I'm talking about the time that you're in the trade. You're not stopped out. You're in the trade. When would you re-engage and add to the position? That's what I'm asking. If you're out of the trade, and then it's a whole new setup again.
Right. If you close out everything, it's a new setup. Yeah.
What are you doing when you're in it?
When you're in it and it
haven't
comes
tapped out your stop. You haven't tapped it out. It's still in it. You're 75% of your position is still hanging, and it's probably going against you. When are you going to enter it?
I will look to see that the Hercules is still in the right direction.
What does that mean? What does direction mean? Because if they're both within the 5 and the 1, they're both sitting in middle ground. That's a no-go, right?
What I would be looking at that point, I would be looking for it to come up into a fair value gap.
By that time, you're out of the
position and be rejected. No, you may not be. Maybe you would. If you're
in this case, you would be out of the position already.
You'd be out of it, and you wouldn't be engaged. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. But you could have a stop that's above that fair value gap, but by that time, in this case, you had already hit your targets.
Right.
So it wouldn't matter.
Right.
We'll have to find another example for me to learn on what you're thinking, because re-engagement is adding to the position and not having the same high standard of an initial entry. It has to be defined.
Well, the thing is, okay, so we're entered here. Okay, we're entered here. We didn't get we got our 10 pips. We almost got the 10 pips. I closed that out, and now we're coming up here and say, okay, now what do we do? I'm going to be looking for.
And you would not have moved your stop to the 7 pip. You're going to.
No, I want to. But my stop is still at the 15 pip mark.
So you're staying there. Okay, I'm going to.
Yeah, just because I closed it out. If I close it out early and it didn't get the 10, I'm not moving the stop until I get a firm 10. Because as far as I'm concerned, the trade's still valid.
So
I'm treating this as if I never took any profit off.
Okay. So we didn't get our 10. Okay.
We didn't get the 10. It didn't hit the 10.
Okay.
But I took the 10 off at 8, let's just say. So I locked in 8 on a quarter percentage. I didn't hit the 10. The 10 never closed out, so this doesn't move.
And in this case, you got tapped out, which means you increased your loss. You lowered your profitability number. That's what you did.
I lowered my profitability, but I also lowered my loss too, because now I only lost 75% of the position rather than 100% of the position. I locked in 25% or 50. Yeah, I locked in 25%.
You locked in 25% of your position, not the value, though.
Well, I locked in the 25% of.
You removed 25%.
I removed 25% risk, and now not only did I remove some risk, I also made some profit, so I lowered the risk even more.
But that goes back to that analytics that we did before. We're going back in circles again.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I didn't. When I take it off if I take the 25% off at or very near the 25% target, now I only have 75% risk if I don't move my stop.
Correct.
And not only that, I locked in, say, 25% of my initial profit that I was looking at for the 10%. So now I actually had a gain, and that even lowers the risk down even more for the overall trade. So say my risk is $100, and it hits the 10, and I take $25 off. I'm risking 75.
Though This is the
What's that?
same logic we talked about before when we found out mathematically, if you take 50% off, mathematically over the long haul, you actually hurting yourself. It goes right
I know,
back to
but
the same.
we decided that 25% off is mathematically correct, correct?
Correct. But we
Okay.
also decided that that 25% would move our stop to the 7 pip mark to protect that long-term profitability margin, which we're now removing that long-term profitability margin and adding to a position. That's what I don't understand if that's going to mathematically even make sense because now you went back to, yeah, you got a little bit of a profit, but now you expose yourself to the full percent of loss.
No, you don't. No, you
Yes,
have
you sure
less. You have
do.
less percent loss.
No, 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 no. You took a small percentage off and you re-engaged and put the 25% back. Yeah, you got a small chunk, but you went back to the 1% loss.
If I be engaged at 25% at the pullback,
Correct.
correct. But what difference is that going to make overall if the
I
trade
don't know.
I don't see where is it any different by taking let's just say a 25% profit and re-engage, and then as it pulls back to your original point, put that profit back. Now you locked in the profit. Now your risk is the exact same as it was the original before you took the profit off.
I think it goes back to the risk exposure and the percentages that we run at hitting our 10. I think it comes down to the mathematical thing that we talked about. I don't know the answer to your question. I'm just assuming through the numbers that we ran, based on how we told it we were going to trade, this is what was going to happen, and that's
Well,
what.
and maybe what we should be looking at doing is that if I should be looking at doing is that if it bounces off the 10 and can't hit the 10, and I take it off at the 25% off, take the whole thing off and start all over again.
Well, I mean, that goes back to the same philosophy
But now you're not letting it run.
yeah, now you're not letting it run, so you have to make sure that your win percentage is high enough to maintain it. I have no problem with that.
Yeah.
If we know, but again, your problem is still going to be the same thing. Your problem is when it gets close enough to 10 and it's or 9 or 8, whatever the number is,
Yeah.
you can't wait through the mathematical process of making sure it goes through there. You're tinkering, so every time you tinker to pull profit off, you're actually lowering your probability and raising your risk. And that's math. I mean, it is what it is. Now, it may potentially, if 9 is the route to go, and after we do number crunching and stuff, if 9 is the route to go, obviously the 9 pip to 14 is not great, but it's better than 7 to 14.
Here's what I'm thinking. Gets down, bounces off. I take my profit here. Even if I don't add to the position. Now, once it comes back down, now I say, oh, wait, if I had just been a little more patient and not worried about the drawdown, now I hit my 10, now I can move my stop to 10. Once it comes back and once that 10 gets cleared out, whether I have a trade, that 25% trade sitting there or not, it doesn't matter. At this point, I can move my stop down to here, to my
That's what
7 pip
that's what
target,
we've been doing.
which is what we've been doing.
That's what we've been doing the whole time.
Right.
The 10-7 rule.
Yeah.
When we hit 10, we move to 7. And therefore, you're going right back to what your old philosophy. That's where this thing came from. Is your old philosophy of
Well,
7?
then there's a policy is that you hit the 10, you move it to 7, you get stopped out.
Which is not a problem because you're willing to get out early anyway.
Yeah. Well, I'm
I mean,
willing to get
that's the
that.
whole point.
I'm willing to take that 25% off early, but once it breaks that 10, once it clearly breaks the 10, then I can move my stop to that 7
Oh,
pips.
I see. There's where we disagree on that. I see what you're saying. You're saying once it breaks the 10, then you're going to move your stop. But if you're close to it, you're going to take the profit off anyway without moving your stop, leaving yourself still exposed.
Right.
I will run the numbers on that and see what happens.
And then once it pulls back, and let's say it pulls back, yeah, I close that first position off, it pulls back, and then gets it. Once that would have triggered that closed that position, that 25% position, once that would have been closed, we can wait for the candle to close, or I can just move it down to my 7 pips.
I'm wondering if you're giving yourself permission to remove profit. I think that's what you're trying to do, no matter where the target's at.
No, it does matter where the target's at.
No, because you just told me if it gets close to the 10, close enough and didn't pierce it, I'm going to take 25% off and then I'm going to wait. Then I'm going to move my stop if it clears the 10.
Is that what we normally do?
No, it's not what we do.
What we normally do is it clears the 10, then we move the stop, right?
Correct. Period.
So what's the difference whether there's open trade sitting there or not at the 10? If it would have been closed out, we
Well,
would.
This
Whether-
goes back to, this is the same argument that we were fighting against the system before. You and I agreed that this sounded, why don't we just close out the whole thing? Because mathematically, statistically, over a period of 100 trades, mathematically, it didn't profit us more. It hurt us more.
Well, you're saying yourself that once the 10 clears out, you move the stop to 10.
But I also
And
take
most of the time,
25
that's what's going to happen.
But I also immediately take 25% off. I move my stop to the 7 mark. Immediately.
Right.
I
And
don't
I'm taking,
wait.
and I'm just taking that 25% off earlier because it just didn't close it out.
And the 10 is, and your stop is not being moved. That's a big difference. You're not moving it until. I'm moving it because if I'm going to pull profit off, I'm moving to my stop. That's the plan. I mean, it's not mine. It's what we started with. It's what I've been trying to follow. And if that needs to be changed, then let's change the thing. But I have a feeling we're making this very, very subjective again, where it goes back to if I feel, and I think you're going to find yourself struggle with that. I think there's no target that you're not going to be wanting to pull something off of, regardless of the distance.
No. If it gets to the 10, and can't close it out, I want to lock in that 25% profit. And then I'm going to wait. Then I'm going to treat it just like it does. If it closes out, then I'm going to move the stop.
Yeah, but that's not what you just said. You said if it gets close. Before it was if it touches or crosses. Now it's if it gets close.
Okay, let's just say if it touches or crosses. The only reason I took the one off before, I thought it touched it and it didn't do it.
And I thought it would have. It went through it. What do you mean? Euro yen.
When I was looking at my chart, where I had this little window here, I had that and it went right to the 10 and it didn't. And as soon as it did that, I just moved my stop. I just moved my stop down to this point right here.
No. The one we worked on this morning, your target was just above a Sherlock zone.
Yes. And it wicked through the 10 and it didn't close it out.
Exactly. So to me, now that we have it written down in the plan, we should have been pulling that sucker off right away.
I agree. That's why I've been trying to do. But
you said if it gets close. Now look at your one on the right.
Okay, all right. Well, let's just say if it wicks down below, touches or wicks down below.
Look at your US Swiss. Don't blow it up, but look where that first candle touched your yellow line on the bottom. Pretend that's your target.
Yeah,
that's
right
a
here.
touch.
Yeah.
Go to your next one.
That's a touch.
That's a cross.
This one.
That's a touch and that's a cross. Okay, keep going.
There's a cross.
Are you telling me on that last candle, if it got right there, you wouldn't want to pull that off? The last.
I'm saying I would say yes, I do want to pull that off.
No.
Based on a rule, we're pulling this one off.
Wrong candle. Go to your green.
This one here.
No. Green candle on your right. Green. All the way to the right. All the way to the right. Look at the wick. You're telling me if you saw that wick on that green candle, you wouldn't pull it off for that 1 pip?
Now, if my rule says that I have to wait down here.
Okay, that's all we need to know. If it's touch and cross, then that's what we put in the firm, and I'll start
touch and cross, and then I would say if it touches it. Here's what I say. If it touches and or crosses,
absolutely,
and it does not close it out, then move the stop down to say
position. Remove your 25%, move to your 7 pips, just as if it hit it.
Yeah, basically you have to move the stop on down.
Correct, and you get stopped out.
And then it touches it. I move my stop down to
7 pips.
And
you would have got tapped out.
I would have gone tapped out. But now I could always re-engage. That's right. Yep. I could always re-engage on this pullback. But I'm not. But now I've already locked in some profit, and my risk is still 25% less than what it originally was.
No. What would you just do? No. You would have been stopped out already. All of it would have been stopped.
No, my stop's up here.
No.
This is my entry.
Okay. If it hits 10,
I think we're saying the same thing, but we're not understanding
I've
each
got to
other.
be clear because I'm looking at what we wrote down.
Okay.
I'm looking at it says once entered, the trade is managed by a plan at 10 pips, close 25% of the position, and move the stop the remaining 75% to a 7 pip above the entry or below the entry for a sell trade. Let the remaining 75% attempt the full 7.5 move.
Okay.
So in this case, you would have already been out of it. So re-engaging would have been a complete initial new trade.
All right. Okay, let me just say this. Maybe I should clarify this. If the stop is at 10 and you don't manually take the stop out after 25% is at 10 pips,
Okay.
and it does not automatically close out by itself,
Correct.
then you have the right to close the trade out. If it touches or passes the 10 pip without closing out, you have the right to manually close that out.
Correct.
But since it was not automatically
Oh,
closed
you're
out,
putting a sense in there.
well, this is what I'm trying to tell you. What my thinking is. If it automatically closes out, yes, close it out. It automatically closes. Move your remaining stop to 7 pips. Expect you're going to get stopped out. Trade's over.
Hold on one
If
second.
you have to manually,
Hold on. You're talking too fast. You can. Okay, keep going. So here's what I put. You are allowed to manual exit first target if candle touches or crosses target line without exiting. However, if you choose to, you can remove 25% still, but not move your stop.
correct. Once the price action clearly closes that 10%, clearly would have taken your stop out. Had it automatically, you just left it there and had it automatically on subsequent candles, if it would have broken that 10 pip,
Correct.
then you can move your stop down to your plus 7 pips, but not until the 10 pip has been clearly penetrated.
Yep. Well,
Once it's clearly penetrated, then you can move the stop.
Clearly penetrated.
Once it's clearly penetrated, then you can move the stop. Until then, your 75% stop still remains the same, and it gives you the option to re-engage on a pullback to continue the trade with it, which would have been normally the full position, keeping the stops all the same and going for the next 10 pip move.
At same entry?
At the same entry.
Same entry.
And you can choose to re-engage that other 25% if everything still looks good to you, or you just let it go and wait till it crosses that 7%, that 10 pip mark before you move your stop. In other words, that the worst case scenario is if you manually take the trade off,
you're playing a bounce.
You're manually locking. You're actually locking in some profit and decreasing your risk of the overall trade.
Okay, so now define clearly, because that's going to be subjective.
Clear. Oh, you mean like clearly, like when to re-engage?
Clearly clears the 10 pip mark. Touching is not clearly.
Let's just say that the price
Crossing
has to
to me is clearly.
I would say this: if the wick of the candle crosses the 10 pip mark by 2 pips.
Oh, that's way past that. That's yeah. I think you're pushing then now, because now you're going on this particular case, you're going well past the spread.
You wanted a number. I did give you a number, 2 pips.
Well, I'm just saying that so you're saying a cross is not a clear penetration.
The wick crossing is not a clear penetration. Well, well, certainly if it closes below it, it's a clear penetration.
Well, I mean,
if the candle is such that where it would have automatically taken your 10 pips, and you can pretty much gauge that. You know that if this is your,
I would say
if this is your 10 pip mark right there, and this red candle hit it and went all the way down there, you know you would have been filled.
Yeah, but that's major. With this spread of this particular pair, that's major pass.
Yeah, okay.
Major. But the euro yen, not so much.
Well, and judge
So
that by the spread at the time. Judge it by the spread of the judge it
So
by
in
the
this
spread.
case, a crossing on the US Swiss, a crossing would be enough. Because you're talking 0.1 of a pip, which you can't see.
If it goes to 0.1 and doesn't close it out, yeah, you're not gonna see it.
You can't see 0.1.
No.
You can't see 0.2. So as we define this, we've got to have what does clearly, to me, a cross, a touch to me is not clear. It's not.
But we saw where it wicked down and so to close it out.
Yeah, but
because of the spread.
but again, I think we also need to really narrow down our pairs that we trade. I
Well,
don't think,
and I'm not arguing that point.
I think we need to get away from anything that's regularly near the 0.8 and higher.
Yeah. Well,
Because you're going for such small amounts.
yeah. I mean, one pip spread is for a normal one pip spread is, and maybe we should say that anything that's got more than a one pip spread, we don't trade it.
Yeah, and regularly at that 0.8 or higher. Because 0.8, it's going to flip to 1 every so often.
Yeah.
But 0.2 is not. 0.1's not. 0.3,
Right.
4, 5 is not going to flip to 1 regularly.
Right.
Golly, so we can narrow that down. So defining a clear, so let me read this to you again. Tell me if you agree or disagree, and we'll edit it.
Okay.
Once entered, the trade is managed by the plan. At 10 pips, we close 25% of the position and move the stop on the remaining 75% to 7 pips above or below, depending on the side of the trade, and let the remaining 75% attempt the 17.5 pip target.
Agree.
However, allowed to manually exit first target if candle touches or crosses target line without closing position. Let me put closing positions to exiting. Closing initial, that's a huge thing, initial position. However,
the 25% position.
10% pip move. Initial allowed to manually exit 10 pip target. 10 pip target. Allowed to manually exit. Okay, allowed to manually exit 10 pip target if candle touches or crosses target line without closing initial position, 25% position. That's what I would put in there. That's what you were talking about. Thank you. Okay. However, if you choose to, you can remove 25% still, but not move your stop. Once price clearly closes beyond the 10, crosses and or closes beyond tips, then you must move. Stop to plus 7 pips.
Correct.
During time, option to re-engage the additional 25% at the same entry with the 10 pip target once again.
Right.
Okay. That's definition right there. And that's trade management.
And I think that's fair. I think that's a fair
That's
trade
reasonable.
management. I think it's reasonable.
That's doable. It's not subjective anymore because
No.
you've already told me it can't be close. Now you've given me crosses or touches.
Crosses or touches.
Yeah, and that protects you. It also makes it very mechanical for people like me,
Yeah.
and anybody who doesn't understand what you're doing initially. And I'll look through the trade plan again today once I step away and walk away a bit. And then I'll submit it to you to see, make sure we haven't missed something.
Okay.
And it needs to be a framework that you can really dive into so we can get that 50 to 100 trade. Because I think we can get 50 to 100 reasonable, not forced trades over the next month and a half to where we can do an analysis of it all.
Okay. Yeah. And we may want to look just see which pairs are going to give us those spreads that we can work with.
Well, I can do that. That's easy. That's an easy fix. On TradingView, it's pretty easy because we're using Pepperstone. They're pretty good.
Yeah, it would be really good if we can find out if we can get this program to set the alerts to trigger those ideal entry points.
Notifications when we have confirmation. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can do just confirmation. It'll be between you and I for a while. Because
Yeah,
that to me is an alert system, and I
yeah,
really don't want to have another one.
right. But if I could just tweak this alert system to get that earlier entry like that with the Hercules and the dots and the ribbon, I think that would be huge.
And I really think we probably need to take your Hercules, not Hercules, but your Tide Fusion, and give me all your numbers,
Okay.
rename it to something else besides Tide Fusion, and then edit it.
Let's just call it Hawkeye.
Yeah, but I need to get your numbers because I don't want to adjust them so much that we don't know what our foundation is
Yeah,
because
but well, they're really not that. Really, it's pretty much the same. The numbers that I'm using are pretty much the numbers that you gave me with the 4 hour. It's
I don't
just that I
even,
took some of the limitations off of it.
and I still don't even know what those numbers are because I haven't even looked at the 4 hour numbers yet.
Well, it's
So
been so long since I looked at it, I have to look at it
yeah,
too. But we can sit down and go over that sometime.
we'll do that. All right, well,
Go out and play some golf.
yeah, I'm gonna play golf. Hey, love the conversation today. You
It
know I
was
love
good.
you.
It was good. I love you too.
We just talk different languages sometimes. So
Well, sometimes I think we say the same things, but we don't always are always clear with what the other one's thinking.
yeah, I don't always know what you think, and I try to get in your head. So and I don't stay there long. But
Good.
yeah,
I advise you not to stay in my head too long.
I think we've got what you've told me in our trade plan. I think we've got it. At least it's a living, breathing document for a bit,
Yeah.
but we've really nailed down some real good stuff.
But
So
it really does. I mean, you every time you cut down risk, you always limit gains too. But I do
potentially,
think that the big thing is to protect profits. The big thing is to lock in profits. The big thing is to let profits run.
yeah,
And we have to
reasonably
find that balance in order to
yep.
make that happen.
Now this is a great opportunity. I would have got what's your Hercules is 6 and a 1.
So yeah, right now it's still short.
Oh, absolutely. And you're below the ribbon still. And you
Yeah.
have 4. And you got
And
a fast sell signal, by the way.
yeah, I don't know that I have. Let me see. I don't even know if I have this thing. Here's my Here's my entry, but here's my 14. Should be right here.
I like it even better. But what's that? That other one's not 10 pips.
This one.
That is that 10 pips there?
That's 10.3 actually.
So say you better get ready because that thing may come popping down here
And
today.
here's my 10. There's my 10 pips. Here's 10. Here's 14. Here's my 10.
I'm not
and,
so sure you're gonna get to 21 today.
yeah, I don't know either. But so I mean, we're getting near the end of it. See, here's my 4. Here's my 17 and a half. So there it is. But now my 10 is right here. So here's my 10. And see, it came right down there, bounced. But now I can do that, and I just have to change the value of this. So I'm just gonna keep this thing simple. I'm just gonna modify this to I'm just go 15,000.
So good.
15,000, and I'm gonna do this one at 15,000 less. So I'm gonna do that 60.
That's how I do it too. I just get round numbers.
Yeah. And see, there's my trade. Here's my stop. Here's my first target, second target. Once this thing gets broken, then I can move this.
Okay,
I
so
can
this
move
is a
this.
perfect example.
Now I can move this to 7 pips. That's where when this thing goes, I can move this thing down to here.
Correct. Now look to your left and blow those candles up. Do either one of those touch? No, a little to your right. Recently, the last 6 candles. Any of those touch
Um,
your target? None of them did. No, I'm just saying. Look at your target line. Don't look at your not your 7
Oh.
pips.
let me get my 10 pips back here. There.
Just
This one.
I'm just asking you to look at your candle, the wick.
Yeah, the wick of this candle right here.
Did it touch?
Well, let me see. First of all, do I have the? That did not touch.
Okay, so what about the first one?
That one didn't touch either. But assuming I got this, there's 10 pips. That one did not touch. You're right. Yeah, this one.
That's going to be your pain right there.
Yeah,
that's going to be a pain.
This one not so much. This one's going to be a little pain.
but that's the rule.
That's the rule.
And that's fair. I mean,
that's fair.
Look how close that is.
Well, just see what the numbers are. This is 80, 80.
It's 0.01. It's the spread.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's what it is. That's just crazy.
Right.
But it's also a whole
But
number.
also the fact that if it did touch, then I would have, or let's say at this, as it's touching,
It's
let's
gonna
say
have to
it's
go the
almost
same
touching.
distance below. You know that, right?
What's that?
It's going to have to go the same distance below
Below, yeah, you're right. You're right. In order to clear,
0.2.
you're right. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
and
incredible.
maybe the thing to do is the fact that it is so close to that spread. Um, I'd say, well, it still would have been probably a full pip less than the 10 pip target till you got all done.
Yeah, I'm just not so sure the US dollar is not going to spike up at 11 o'clock or noon today.
Yeah, well, dollar strong, yeah,
Dollar
it
is.
might. But the fact that we're getting so close to noon, and that might be a good time to say, "Oh, I'm so profitable. Let's close it out and go do something else for the day."
I would do that. I'm looking at the dollar trend on the day, and it looks like it wants to kind of build back up some dollar strength.
But you also see here where say, let's just say this did touch, and I got out up here. I may put it in maybe where the see that's 84. So give it 3 pips. Give it 3 pips wiggle room there. Okay, and if say at 3 pips, if it goes back 3 pips, it's going to go back harder. Then it's probably going to come back to your entry. Now the question is, do you want to re-engage on the pullback right here? You have a cross. We have the Swiss still maintained. Now we got this thing going point up, this thing pointing down. That would be a reasonable place to try to re-engage.
And
But
your
you may
ribbon's
want to
right
just
there
do
too.
it. But if you have a gap up here, let's say you have let's just say, for example, you had a fair value gap right here. Let's just do this. We got a wick. So once it gets up into this gap area, you could go and do a sell stop right here at the original entry point. And that way now you put that 25% back on. Now you're right where the original position was.
And if Hercules is feasible, then I have no. To me, that makes it's just going back to where you were.
Yeah, and then you start the process all over again, but you keep your stop the same. Stop's still up here. That hasn't changed.
But that's
You
because
re-enter. That stop is still there.
and that's because you didn't break the target line to begin with, right?
We didn't break. Plus, you also that the Swiss is still maintaining above the 5, still giving you confirmation that it still wants to go short. This thing's pointing down, saying that the pullback is getting near the end.
It could be. We got it. The dollar on the daily is a very, very bullish look.
In that case, we would want to be going long on this.
No. You want to stay short.
I'm
sorry.
Dollar strong.
Very bearish look. I'm sorry. Bearish look.
Okay.
The candle is very wicky at the top.
Okay.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah. So, and then to say it comes up, it comes down here, it comes back up. You re-engage into a sell stop right here. You're in the original position. Now you're going back to retest the 10 pip again.
The deal. Get out of here. Go enjoy your wife.
You two go
Go
play
talk
some
to mine
golf.
too.
Don't pass out on the golf course.
It won't happen. And we'll talk to you in the morning.
All right, talk to you later. All right, have a good one.
All right, you too. Bye-bye. Enjoyed it.
Yeah, bye.